So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to this channel Cosmic Harry. And today we are gonna see a crossover between Harry Potter and God of War. So before we move on to the story, I really want to thank all of you who are subscribing this channel and who are supporting this. So today's title will be, what if Kratos found Harry Potter beaten and left to die and raised him as a God of War? So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification to all, so whenever I post video you get the notification first. So yeah, now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Ashes and snow, the deer had been dead for 3 days. Kratos knew this the way he knew most things about death, immediately, instinctively, without needing to examine the evidence. The way the frost clung to the animal's open eyes. The particular stillness of blood that had long since stopped moving. He crouched beside the carcass and studied the wound pattern. Not wolves, not a bear. The cuts were too clean along the belly, but too ragged everywhere else. Something had opened this animal with precision and then torn at it in a frenzy. 2 different intentions, 2 different hands, or perhaps one hand that had changed its mind halfway through. Father. Atreus dropped from the low branch of a pine tree, bow in hand, quiver rattling against his back. The boy was 10 now and growing fast, all legs and elbows and restless energy. His breath clouded in the winter air. He looked at the deer and wrinkled his nose. Something killed it and didn't eat it, Atreus said. That's wasteful. Kratos said nothing. He was looking past the deer into the tree line where the forest thickened into the kind of darkness that didn't come from the canopy alone. There was a smell beneath the rot, something sharp and wrong, like burning copper and old lightning. He had smelled magic before, Freya's magic, the Bifrost, the world serpent's breath. This was different. This was thin and desperate and young. Stay here, Kratos said. What, number father, you always say that and then something. Atreus. One word. The boy's mouth shut. Kratos rose to his full height. The Leviathan axe a comfortable weight on his back, and walked into the dark tree line without looking back. The forest floor changed within 30 paces. The snow was thinner here, disturbed, as if something had been dragged. Kratos followed the trail with a hunter's patience, his eyes cataloging every broken twig, every smear of dark against the white. The smell of wrong magic grew stronger. He passed a boulder split clean down the middle, not by weather, not by any natural force. The edges of the split glowed faintly, a sickly green that pulsed like a heartbeat and then faded. 40 paces. 50. The trees opened into a small clearing and Kratos stopped. The child was lying face down in the snow. He was small, impossibly, offensively small, the kind of small that spoke of years of not enough food and too much fear. He wore clothes that were too large for him, thin cotton things meant for a much bigger child, soaked through and frozen stiff in places. No shoes. His feet were white-blue with cold. His arms were thrown out to either side as if he'd been trying to crawl and had simply stopped, his fingers still curled into the snow. Kratos did not move for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds he saw Calliope's face. He saw the ashes. He felt the weight of a small body in his arms that would never move again. He crossed the clearing in 4 strides and dropped to one knee beside the child. His hand, scarred, enormous, capable of tearing a god's jaw from its skull, pressed gently against the boy's back. Breathing, barely, a thin, rattling whisper of air that hitched and stuttered. Kratos turned him over. The boy's face was a map of violence. His left eye was swollen completely shut, the skin around it a deep, ugly purple that had gone almost black at the center. His lip was split. There were bruises along his jaw and down his neck, layered, old yellowing ones beneath fresh dark ones, a history of pain written in color. His glasses were gone, or he'd never had them here. Beneath the bruises he was pale as milk, with dark hair matted to his forehead by a mix of blood and snowmelt. And there on his forehead a scar. Kratos had seen scars on men and gods and monsters. He had inflicted more than any living being had a right to claim. This scar was not like those. It was shaped like a lightning bolt, thin and precise, and it hummed. He could feel it against his fingertips when he brushed the hair aside, a vibration, a resonance, like pressing your palm against a drum. Someone was still playing in another room. Dark magic clung to it the way smoke clings to hair. Someone had done this to the boy deliberately. Someone had marked him. The child's one good eye opened. It was green, a shocking, vivid green, like the first leaves after a long winter, and it was filled with the kind of terror that Kratos recognized. Not the terror of a child who had been frightened by a loud noise or a bad dream. The terror of a creature who had learned, through long and painful repetition, that the world was something that hurt you and the only question was how much. The boy saw Kratos and flinched so hard his whole body spasmed. He tried to scramble backward, but his arms wouldn't hold him. He collapsed, whimpering, and curled into himself with his hands over his head, making his body as small as possible. "Please," the boy whispered. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, please don't." Kratos remained still. He pulled his hand back slowly, resting it on his own knee. He had learned with Atreus that stillness was sometimes the only language frightened things understood. "Boy," Kratos said. His voice was low, rough, the rumble of a mountain thinking about becoming an avalanche. He made it as quiet as he could. "I'm not going to hurt you." The child didn't move. His breathing was fast and shallow, each exhale a tiny sob. "Look at me." It took a long time. Kratos waited. Eventually, the boy uncurled just enough to peer up through his fingers with that one swollen eye. His gaze traveled up Kratos' body, the scarred arms, the ash-white skin, the red war paint, the massive frame, and his terror didn't decrease, but something else entered it. Confusion. This was not the kind of person who had hurt him before. This was something entirely outside his experience. "Can you stand?" Kratos asked. The boy tried. He got one knee under him and then collapsed again, gasping. His whole body was shaking, not just from cold. Kratos could see it now, the way the boy's left arm hung wrong, the wrist at a bad angle. Broken. And the way he held his ribs, the shallow breathing, cracked at least two. The boy had been beaten nearly to death and then left in the snow to finish dying. Someone had done this to him and walked away. Kratos felt the familiar heat behind his ribs. The old fire. The red thing that lived in the cage of his discipline and threw itself against the bars at moments like this. He breathed through it the way he had taught himself, letting the rage acknowledge itself and then settle, becoming fuel rather than fire. He reached out slowly, the way you would approach a wounded animal, and picked the boy up. The child weighed nothing. He was light in Kratos' arms the way a bundle of sticks wrapped in cloth would be light. The boy went rigid with fear, every muscle locked, his one good eye wide and staring. But Kratos held him against his chest where the body heat was, adjusting his grip to avoid the broken wrist and the damaged ribs, and began walking back through the trees. "You are safe," Kratos said. Not gently, he didn't know how to be gentle, not really, but with absolute certainty, the way you state a fact about the weight of stone or the coldness of deep water. "No one will hurt you again." The boy did not believe him. Kratos could feel it in the rigid terror of his body, the way he held himself ready for a blow that he was certain would come. That was fine. Belief would come later, or it wouldn't. Kratos did not need the boy to believe him. He simply needed the boy to survive long enough to learn. Atreus was waiting at the edge of the tree line, bow half drawn on instinct, and his face went through 4 expressions in 2 seconds: alarm, confusion, horror, and then a deep, bright anger that made him look startlingly like his mother. "Father, who did that to him?" "I do not know." Is he is alive. We are going home. Move." Atreus moved. He fell into step beside Kratos, glancing up at the bundle in his father's arms every few seconds, his jaw tight. The boy had gone limp, not relaxed, but surrendered, the way a rabbit goes still in a hawk's talons. He had passed out. They walked for an hour through the snow. Kratos did not slow his pace, but he adjusted his stride to minimize jostling. Atreus kept up without complaint, though his eyes never stopped moving between the trees and the child. "He's small," Atreus said finally. "Yes. Smaller than me, and yes." "Who would do that to someone that small?" Kratos did not answer. He knew the answer. He had been the answer once in another life, in another pantheon's worth of rage and ruin. He had done worse than this to people who deserved it less. The knowledge sat in him like a stone in still water. Their home came into view through the trees, the cabin Kratos had built with his own hands, solid and warm, smoke already threading from the chimney where the morning fire still burned. He kicked the door open and carried the boy inside. Atreus, hot water, clean cloth, the healing stones from the chest beneath my bed. Atreus ran. Kratos laid the boy down on the pallet near the fire, working quickly. He cut away the frozen, oversized clothes with his knife, carefully, always carefully, though his hands could have crushed iron, and what he found beneath made the rage surge again. Scars, old ones. A burn mark on the boy's left shoulder, perfectly round, the kind that came from a heated piece of metal held against skin. Welts across his back in parallel lines, layered like the bruises on his face, old beneath new beneath older still. This child had been beaten regularly, systematically, for what looked like years. The boy was perhaps 5 years old. Kratos stood very still for a moment, his hands at his sides, and he breathed. The fire crackled. Outside, wind moved through the pines. Then he went to work. He set the broken wrist with practiced efficiency. He had set his own bones more times than he could count, and Atreus's twice. The boy screamed when the bones shifted, a raw sound that cut through his unconsciousness, but Kratos held the wrist steady and bound it between two flat pieces of wood with strips of leather. The ribs he could do less about. He wrapped them tight with clean cloth, binding the boy's torso to limit movement. He cleaned the cuts on his face, dabbing away dried blood with warm water. The black eye would heal on its own. Through all of it, the scar on the boy's forehead hummed with that thin, dark vibration. Kratos could feel it every time his hand passed near it. Something was living in that scar, something that did not belong. Atreus returned with the healing stones, small, smooth river rocks enchanted by the dwarves, warm to the touch, that sped the body's natural mending when held against injuries. They were meant for warriors after battle, but they would work on a child's bones just as well. Kratos placed 2 against the broken wrist, 1 against each side of the damaged ribs, and wrapped them in place. "Sit with him," Kratos told Atreus. "If he wakes, do not let him run. He will try to run." "How do you know?" "Because that is what frightened things do." Kratos left the cabin and stood in the snow outside the door. He looked at his hands. They were steady. That was good. Steady hands meant the rage was leashed, and leashed rage was useful rage. He looked up at the gray sky, felt the cold on his face, and thought about the clearing where he'd found the boy. The magic in that clearing had been chaotic, wild, uncontrolled, the kind of discharge that happened when power moved through a body too young to channel it. The boy had magic, significant magic, from the look of the split boulder and the dead deer, and the way reality had seemed to bend around the clearing like heat shimmer. But the magic hadn't brought him here on purpose. It had brought him here in a panic, a last desperate survival reflex, the same way a drowning man's body will kick toward the surface even after the mind has given up. Someone had beaten this child so badly that his magic had torn a hole between worlds to save him. Kratos went back inside. The boy slept for 2 days. Atreus refused to leave his side for most of it, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a book of Norse runes in his lap, looking up every time the child shifted or whimpered. Kratos came and went, checking the healing stones, changing the bandages, holding a cup of warm broth to the boy's lips during the brief moments of half-consciousness when he could be coaxed to swallow. On the second night, the nightmare started. The boy thrashed and screamed, not loudly, not the way a normal child screams, but in a choked, swallowed way, as if he'd learned that making noise brought worse things. His small body convulsed on the pallet, hands clawing at the blankets, and words spilled out in fragments. "I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please, Uncle Vernon, please. The cupboard. I'll go in the cupboard. I'll be good. I'll be good." Atreus looked at Kratos with eyes that were bright and furious. Kratos shook his head once, not now, and knelt beside the pallet. He put his hand on the boy's chest, broad enough to cover it nearly entirely, and held him still. "You are in my home," Kratos said, his voice cutting through the nightmare like an axe through wood. "You are warm, you are fed, no cupboard, no uncle, you are safe." The boy's thrashing slowed. His breathing evened, one ragged exhale at a time. Kratos kept his hand where it was until the child stilled, and then he stayed a while longer because Calliope had liked the weight of his hand on her chest when she slept, and he remembered that. He remembered everything. On the morning of the 3rd day, the boy woke up properly. Kratos was sharpening the Leviathan axe by the fire, the sound of stone on divine metal filling the cabin with a rhythmic whisper, when he heard the breathing change. He looked up. The boy was lying on the pallet with both eyes open. The swelling had gone down enough for the left eye to crack open, still bruised but functional, and he was staring at Kratos with the expression of a creature trying to decide if it was still dreaming. "You are awake," Kratos said. The boy's mouth moved, but no sound came out. He looked around the cabin, the wooden walls, the fire, the weapons mounted above the door, the furs and blankets covering him, and then back at Kratos. He pulled the blanket up to his chin, not for warmth, but for protection. "There is food," Kratos said. He nodded toward the pot hanging over the fire. "Stew, you will eat." It was not a question. The boy seemed to understand this. He sat up slowly, wincing, one arm wrapped around his ribs, and Kratos watched him catalog his own injuries, the splinted wrist, the wrapped torso, the clean bandages. The boy's good hand touched them wonderingly, as if he had never been bandaged before, as if no one had ever bothered. Atreus came through the door with an armload of firewood and stopped dead when he saw the boy sitting up. A grin broke across his face, wide, genuine, the uncomplicated warmth of a child who had not yet learned to be guarded with his kindness. "You're awake, father, he's awake. I am aware." Atreus dumped the firewood by the door and crossed the room, dropping to a crouch in front of the pallet. The boy shrank back. Atreus didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he chose to push through it with sheer friendliness. "I'm Atreus. What's your name?" The boy stared at him. His mouth worked again. Finally, in a voice like dry leaves scraping against stone, "Harry. Harry, that's a weird name. Where are you from?" "Atreus," Kratos said. "What? I'm just asking." "Let the boy eat first." Kratos filled a bowl with stew and brought it to the pallet. Harry took it with his unbroken hand, staring at the food like it might be a trap. He looked up at Kratos, and the question in his eyes was so clear it didn't need words. "Is this really for me?" "Eat," Kratos said. Harry ate. He ate the way starving things eat, too fast, barely chewing, hunched over the bowl as if someone might snatch it away. He finished and looked at the pot with a hunger that went deeper than his stomach. Kratos refilled the bowl without being asked. Harry ate that too, and a third, and midway through the fourth his body simply gave out and he curled up on the pallet and slept again, the bowl still in his hand. Atreus carefully took the bowl away and set it aside. He looked at his father. "He eats like he's never had enough food before." "He has not." "How do you know?" "Because I have seen starvation, boy. I have caused it. I know what it looks like." Atreus was quiet for a moment. Then, "Are we keeping him?" Kratos looked at his son. The question was asked with the simplicity of a child, the way you might ask about a stray dog or a wounded bird, but there was nothing simple about it. Another mouth to feed, another body to protect, another small life that could be lost, broken, taken. Kratos had buried one child. He had nearly failed another. The smart thing, the safe thing, would be to heal the boy and find somewhere else for him to go. "Yes," Kratos said. The word surprised him less than he expected. The first weeks were difficult. Harry barely spoke. He moved through the cabin like a ghost, pressing himself against walls, flinching at loud noises, freezing when Kratos or Atreus moved too quickly. He ate whatever was put in front of him with desperate speed, and then waited tense, as if payment would be demanded. He slept curled into the tightest ball his injured body could manage, always facing the door. Kratos learned things about the boy through observation, the way he learned things about prey in the forest, by watching, waiting, and reading the signs. Harry did not know how to ask for things. If he needed water, he would wait until no one was watching and drink from the basin meant for washing. If he was cold, he would not ask for a blanket. He would simply shiver in silence. If he did something wrong, spilled food, knocked something over, made too much noise, he would go rigid with terror and back himself into the nearest corner with his hands up, braced for a blow. The first time this happened, Harry dropped a cup and it shattered, and he threw himself against the wall with his arms over his head, whispering, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Kratos stood still for a very long time. Then he picked up the broken pieces of the cup, one by one, and put them aside. "It is a cup," Kratos said. "I will make another, Come away from the wall." Harry came away from the wall. He was shaking so badly his teeth clicked. "In this house," Kratos said, "broken things are repaired or replaced. You will not be struck for accidents, not by me, not by Atreus, not by anyone. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, but his eyes said he didn't believe it. That was fine. Kratos had fought wars that lasted decades. He could be patient with this. Atreus, to his credit, adapted faster than Kratos expected. He talked to Harry constantly, about the forest, about the runes he was learning, about the dwarves Brock and Sindri, who sometimes came to the house with new gear and insults for each other, about the different realms and the creatures in them. Harry didn't respond much at first, but Atreus didn't seem to mind. He filled the silence with enough words for both of them, and gradually, over days and then weeks, Harry began to listen. Not just hear listen. His green eyes would track Atreus around the room, and occasionally, when Atreus said something particularly interesting about a draugr or a troll or the world serpent, a tiny light would come on behind those eyes. The first time Harry laughed, it was because Atreus had tripped over his own bow and fallen face first into a snowbank. The sound was small, rusty, quickly swallowed, but it was there, and Atreus heard it and grinned from the snow with white powder all over his face. "See," Atreus said, "even falling down is useful." The first time Harry asked for something was 3 weeks after Kratos had found him. They were eating dinner: venison, roasted root vegetables, bread that Atreus had made badly, and Harry had finished his portion. He sat very still, staring at the last piece of bread on the board between them, and Kratos watched the war play out on the boy's face. One against fear. Need against the absolute conviction that asking would be punished. "May I?" Harry whispered and stopped. He swallowed, tried again. "May I please have more bread, sir?" The "sir" was the worst part. The word was soaked in old fear, spoken the way a dog cowers before a raised hand. Kratos pushed the bread toward him. "You do not need to ask for food. If you are hungry, eat, and do not call me sir." Harry took the bread and held it in both hands. What should I call you?" Kratos considered this. Atreus was watching from across the table, chewing slowly, his eyes bright. "Kratos," he said. "My name is Kratos." Harry nodded. He ate the bread. And something shifted, not dramatically, not in a way that would make for a good story, but in the small, quiet way that real healing works. A crack in the wall, light through the gap. By the 6th week, Harry's wrist had healed clean. The ribs were mended. The bruises had faded from purple to yellow to nothing. He was still too thin, still too small, still too quick to flinch, but he was eating well, sleeping through most nights, and he had stopped pressing himself against walls when Kratos walked past. It was time. "Come outside," Kratos said one morning after breakfast. Harry looked at him with immediate wariness. The outdoors had been where bad things happened, where the cold and the dark and the emptiness had nearly killed him. But he stood and followed because Kratos had not hurt him yet, and some fragile, tentative part of Harry was beginning to think that maybe he wouldn't. The morning was clear and cold, the sky a pale blue-white, the kind of winter day where the air felt like glass. Kratos led Harry to the space behind the cabin where he trained Atreus, a flat area of packed snow and hard earth, marked with old footprints and the scarred stumps of practiced targets. Atreus was already there, stretching his arms, bow at his feet. He waved at Harry. "Stand here," Kratos told Harry, pointing to a spot in front of him. Harry stood there, looking up at the massive Spartan with the expression of a boy who understood, on some instinctive level, that something important was about to happen. Kratos studied him. Small, fragile, but the bones were good, fine, straight, with the promise of height to come. And there was something in the way the boy held himself beneath the fear, a stillness, a density. The same thing Kratos had seen in the best soldiers he'd ever trained, the raw material of someone who could learn to fight. "You have magic," Kratos said. Harry's face went white. He took a step backward. I'm not, please, I'm not a freak, I didn't mean to." "Stop." Kratos's voice was not loud, but Harry stopped. "Who told you magic makes you a freak?" Harry's mouth opened and closed. His hands were fists at his sides. "My uncle. He said the freakishness was why my parents were." He stopped, swallowed, looked at the ground. Your uncle, Kratos said, was wrong. Magic is a weapon, it is a tool. It is part of you the way your bones are part of you. My son Atreus has magic. I have faced gods who used magic. There is no shame in it. Harry looked at Atreus. Atreus held up his hand and let light flicker across his fingertips, a small trick he'd been practicing, drawing on the innate power that came from his divine blood. Harry stared. Your uncle beat you because he feared you, Kratos said. Fear makes men cruel, but you are not with your uncle. You are here, and here we do not waste what we are given. He paused. I am going to train you. Train me. To fight, to survive. To use what is in you, all of it, the magic and the muscle and the mind, so that no one will ever do to you what was done before. Do you understand? Harry looked up at him. The fear was still there, but beneath it something else was kindling, something hot and bright and desperate. You teach me to be strong. I will teach you to be dangerous, Kratos said. Strong is a word for men who carry rocks. Dangerous is a word for men who decide the fate of battles. You will be dangerous, Harry, if you are willing to work. Harry's chin came up. It was the first time Kratos had seen the boy straighten his spine voluntarily, the first time he'd watched the fear take a back seat to something fiercer. The green eyes burned. I'm willing, Harry said. Good, we start now. He started Harry on fundamentals. Footwork first, how to stand, how to move, how to shift your weight from one position to another without losing your center. Harry was clumsy at first, his body unused to deliberate movement, but he was doggedly persistent in a way that spoke of a deep, burning refusal to fail. When he fell, he got up. When his legs burned and his breath came in gasps, he kept going. He did not complain. He did not ask to stop. The only thing he asked, in a voice that was gaining strength with every day, was show me again. Kratos showed him again, and again, and again. Weeks bled into months. The snow melted and the forest turned green and the world warmed and Harry grew. Not just taller, though he did grow taller, the good food and rest and exercise filling out a frame that had been starved of all three, but harder, denser. He ran the trails Kratos set for him until his lungs screamed and his legs shook, and then he ran them again. He practiced the stances and the movements until they were written into his muscles, until his body could do them while his mind was elsewhere. Atreus trained alongside him, and the two boys developed the kind of bond that comes from shared suffering and shared triumph. They ran together, sparred together, argued about technique, and collapsed in exhausted heaps by the fire at night. Atreus was faster and cleverer. Harry was more dogged, more intense, more willing to take a hit and keep moving forward. They complemented each other the way a bow complements a blade. He doesn't stop, Atreus told Kratos one evening, watching Harry practice footwork drills alone in the clearing behind the cabin, his small form moving through patterns in the fading light. I tell him it's enough and he just keeps going. He has more to prove than you, Kratos said. To who? To himself. The magic came next, and it came violently. Harry was 7. They were sparring, Atreus with a wooden practice bow, Harry with a wooden short sword, and Atreus landed a shot to Harry's ribs that knocked him sideways. It was a fair shot, clean, and Atreus had already lowered his bow to help Harry up when Harry's eyes flashed and the world cracked. The shockwave blew outward from Harry's body in a perfect circle. Atreus went flying, tumbling through the air like a rag thrown by a child, and hit a tree 20 feet away hard enough to bark the trunk. Every practice dummy in the clearing exploded into splinters. The ground cracked in radiating lines, snow and dirt and stones hurling upward. Kratos, who had been standing 10 paces behind Atreus, dug his heels into the earth and leaned into the wave of force like a man leaning into a strong wind, and held his ground. The air smelled like burning copper. Harry stood in the center of the destruction, panting, his eyes wide with horror. Green light crackled along his arms and between his fingers, fading in stuttering sparks. He looked at his hands, looked at Atreus groaning against the tree, and his face crumbled. I didn't mean to, Atreus, I'm sorry. He was backing away, the old fear slamming back into him, his body already curling inward, already preparing for punishment. Kratos crossed the clearing in 3 strides and put his hand on Harry's shoulder, not restraining, anchoring. Atreus, Kratos called without looking away from Harry. Are you alive? A groan from the tree. Yeah, ow, yeah, I'm alive. Good. Kratos looked down at Harry. The boy was trembling under his hand, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on his face. Listen to me. What just happened is not something to fear. It is something to master. You did not hurt your brother because you are bad. You lost control because no one has taught you control. That changes now. But I could have killed him. Yes, you could have. Power without discipline kills. That is why I will teach you discipline. Look at me, boy. Harry looked up. You are not a freak, Kratos said. You are a weapon that has not yet been forged, and I will forge you, but you must trust me. Can you do that? The tears kept coming, but Harry nodded. Behind them, Atreus was pulling himself upright, rubbing his back, already grinning with the reckless delight of a boy who had just witnessed something extraordinary. That was incredible, Atreus called. Can you do it again? Not now, Kratos said firmly, and something that was almost a smile ghosted across his face before discipline killed it. He began teaching Harry to channel the magic the same way he would teach a warrior to channel rage, through breath, focus, and physical action. No wands, no incantations, no waving and flicking. Kratos didn't know what those things were, and even if he had, he wouldn't have used them. Magic, in his experience, was a force of the body and the will. The Spartans had not used magic, but the gods had, and Kratos had studied his enemies with the obsessive focus of a man who knew that understanding was the first step toward killing. Feel it in your chest, Kratos told Harry. Not your hands. Your hands are where it ends. It begins in your chest where your breath begins. Find it. Harry closed his eyes, breathed. And Kratos saw the moment the boy connected with it, the subtle shift in posture, the relaxation of the shoulders, the way the air around him seemed to thicken and warm. Now push it down, into your legs, into the ground, root yourself. The ground around Harry's feet cracked. Not violently, not the explosive loss of control from the sparring incident, but deliberately, the earth responding to a focused will. Harry opened his eyes. They were glowing faintly green. Good, Kratos said. Again. They worked on it every day. Harry learned to pull magic through his body the way blood flows through veins, consciously at first, directing it with effort, and then gradually with increasing naturalness. He learned to push it into his strikes, making a punch land with 3 times its physical force. He learned to channel it into his feet and leap twice his own height. He learned to send it out in focused bursts that could shatter stone or in gentle waves that could warm cold hands. And he learned, slowly and painfully, that the magic responded to his emotions. Fear made it wild, anger made it destructive, but calm focus made it precise. Kratos drilled this into him with the same relentless patience he applied to everything. Discipline, discipline, discipline. Not the suppression of feeling, but the mastery of it. Feel the rage. Acknowledge it. Then decide with full control what to do with it. Harry was 8 when Kratos put a real weapon in his hands for the first time. Not the Leviathan axe that was too heavy, and besides it was Kratos's. Not a sword or a spear either. Kratos had watched Harry train for a year and understood something about the boy's fighting style. Harry was not a berserker. He was not a tank. He was small, fast, precise, and his magic gave him explosive power in short bursts. He needed a weapon that could match that. Brock and Sindri had been coming around the cabin regularly, Brock to complain about everything and Sindri to fuss over the boy's health, and Kratos commissioned them to forge something specific. The result, delivered 3 weeks later with the usual amount of brotherly bickering, was a pair of short blades. Not quite swords, not quite daggers, somewhere in between. Curved slightly, single-edged, weighted for speed. The metal was dark, with a faint blue-white gleam that pulsed when touched with magic. Leviathan-infused steel, Sindri explained proudly, then immediately used a cloth to wipe a fingerprint off the handle. Well, not the axe itself, obviously, but the same frost-touched ore. When the boy channels his magic through them, they'll amplify it, should produce some rather spectacular. They'll cut through damn near anything, is what he's trying to say, Brock interrupted. Don't drop 'em, kid. They're worth more than you are. Brock, Sindri hissed. Harry took the blades and held them, one in each hand, and something settled in his face. The way his fingers wrapped around the grips, the way his stance shifted, the way his weight dropped and his shoulders squared, it was like watching a key slide into a lock. "They're perfect," Harry said quietly. "Course they are," Brock said. "I made 'em. We made them. You polished them. I made them." Kratos put Harry through blade drills that would have broken a grown man. Harry didn't break. He bent, he strained, he bled from a dozen small cuts and bruises, but he did not break. The blades became extensions of his arms, and his arms became conduits for a magic that grew stronger and more controlled with every passing month. By the time Harry was 9, he could kill a Draugr alone. Kratos took both boys on their first real hunt that autumn, not for deer, but for the restless dead that wandered the deeper parts of the forest. Atreus was nervous and excited, his bow humming with energy. Harry was quiet and focused, the twin blades strapped across his back, his green eyes scanning the tree line with a predator's patience. The Draugr came out of the mist in a group of 4, ancient warriors, rotting and blue-eyed, weapons corroded but still lethal. Atreus put an arrow through the first one's skull before it took 3 steps. Kratos hung back and watched. Harry moved like water over rocks. He flowed between the Draugr, low and fast, the blades tracing arcs of frost-touched steel that opened throats and severed limbs with clean, economic precision. No wasted movement, no panic. When one of the Draugr grabbed for him, he channeled magic through his legs and was simply somewhere else, the grab closing on empty air, and then the blade came back around and the Draugr's head left its shoulders. 3 Draugr, maybe 12 seconds. Harry stood among the dissolving corpses, breathing steadily, frost dissipating from his blades, and looked at Kratos. Kratos nodded. That was enough. Harry's face broke into a grin, rare, brilliant, transformative, and Atreus whooped and tackled him into the snow. And for a moment they were just 2 boys roughhousing in the winter air, and Kratos watched them with something in his chest that he refused to name because naming it would make it vulnerable, and vulnerable things could be taken from you. But it was warm, whatever it was. It was warm. The years passed. Harry grew. By 10, he was lean and whipcord strong, fast as any boy his age and stronger than most men. The baby fat of childhood had been burned away by training, replaced by a wiry musculature that coiled and released like a spring. His dark hair was longer now, wild, tied back with a leather cord when he trained. His green eyes had lost the haunted, hollow look of the starved child Kratos had found in the snow, replaced by something sharp and steady and very, very dangerous. He could channel magic through his blades to extend their cutting range by 3 feet on either side, arcs of raw green-white energy that sliced through stone and steel alike. He could plant his feet and release a shockwave that cleared everything in a 20-foot radius. He could heal minor wounds by pushing magic inward, knitting flesh and mending bruises in minutes. He could move fast enough that Atreus's arrows, and Atreus was now a truly gifted archer, sometimes missed him. He was not a god. Not yet, maybe not ever. But he was something more than mortal, something forged in the space between a child's wild magic and a god-killer's discipline. And he was not afraid. That was the thing Kratos watched most carefully, because fear was the enemy he could not kill with an axe. He watched for it in Harry's eyes, in his posture, in the way he responded to threats and challenges. He looked for the flinch, the hesitation, the shadow of the boy who had curled against a wall and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." It wasn't gone. It would never be entirely gone. Kratos knew this from his own scars, the ones that didn't show on his skin. But it had been buried beneath layers of competence and confidence, and the bedrock certainty that he could handle what came. Harry walked through the world with his head up and his spine straight and his hands ready, and when something came at him in the dark, he didn't flinch. He fought. By 11, Harry could spar with Kratos. Not beat him. No one could beat Kratos, and Kratos did not believe in giving false victories. Harry lasted longer each time, found new angles, exploited smaller openings, pushed his magic into more creative applications. Kratos knocked him down 100 times and Harry got up 101, and each time he got up faster, hit harder, lasted longer. "Better," Kratos said one evening after a bout that had left Harry flat on his back in the dirt, gasping with a bruise forming across his ribs where Kratos's open palm had sent him flying. "I almost had you," Harry panted. "Number, I almost had you. Number, but you are closer than yesterday. That is enough." Harry grinned up at the darkening sky, sweat cooling on his face, and Kratos looked down at him and thought, "This one will be ready. Whatever comes for him, this one will be ready." He did not know then what was coming. He did not know about Hogwarts, about prophecies, about a dark wizard who had murdered Harry's parents and marked him for death. He did not know that the wider world of magic had spent 10 years wondering what had happened to the boy who lived, or that an old man in a castle far away was running out of patience and would soon come looking. But when the owl arrived on the morning of Harry's 11th birthday, carrying a letter sealed with red wax and addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cabin in the Wildwoods, Midgard, Kratos looked at it, and at his son, and at the axe on his back, and he was not surprised. He had always known the world would come for the boy eventually. He had simply made sure the boy would be ready when it did. Harry was in the training clearing when the owl found him. He was working through a blade form Kratos had shown him 3 days prior, a complex pattern that involved alternating strikes with channeled shockwave bursts, each transition flowing into the next without pause. He was sweating despite the cool morning air, his blades trailing faint green light with each swing, when a large tawny owl swooped down from the sky and dropped an envelope on his head. Harry caught the envelope before it hit the ground, reflexes honed by years of having objects thrown at him by increasingly creative methods. Kratos believed in practical awareness training and stared at it. Mr. H. Potter, the cabin in the Wildwoods, Midgard. He turned it over. A wax seal, deep red, bearing a crest he didn't recognize. A lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle arranged around a large letter H. Atreus, Harry called. Atreus's head appeared from behind a tree where he'd been practicing rune carvings. "What? Did you order something? What? Number, what are you?" Atreus came over and looked at the envelope. His eyebrows went up. "Huh, that's formal. And how does anyone know you live in Midgard? We're not exactly on a postal route." Harry opened the letter and read it aloud. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. They looked at each other. "Father needs to see this," Atreus said. They found Kratos by the lake, standing knee-deep in the water, perfectly still. He was either meditating or waiting for a fish. With Kratos, it was sometimes both. Harry waited out and handed him the letter without speaking. Kratos read it. His expression did not change. He read it a second time, more slowly. Then he folded it, walked out of the lake, and stood dripping on the shore for a long moment, looking at nothing. "Witchcraft," he said. "And wizardry," Atreus added helpfully. "I know what it says, boy." Kratos looked at Harry. "This school, you know nothing of it." "Nothing. I didn't know there were schools for magic. I didn't know there were other people who could." Harry stopped. Something was moving in his memory, something old and buried, a flash of green light. A woman screaming, a crib. "My parents," he said slowly. "They had magic. I think I remember someone saying that once, or maybe I dreamed it." Kratos was quiet for a long time. The lake lapped against the stones. A bird called somewhere in the forest. "We will wait," Kratos said. "They know where you are. They will come." Harry looked at the letter again. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It felt like a door he hadn't known existed, set in a wall he'd forgotten was there. Behind it, something was waiting. Something that had to do with the scar on his forehead and the green light in his oldest memories and the parents he'd never known. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket and went back to training. Whatever was coming, he'd be ready. Kratos had made sure of that. Chapter 2, The Letter and the Stranger. 3 days after the letter arrived, the woman came. Harry felt her before he saw her. He was running the perimeter trail Kratos had laid out through the forest, 3 miles of uneven ground, fallen logs to vault, streams to ford, inclines that burned the thighs and declines that tested the ankles when the air changed. It was subtle, the kind of thing he would have missed 2 years ago, but Kratos had beaten awareness into him with the same methodical patience he applied to everything else, and Harry's senses were tuned to the forest the way a bow string is tuned to its draw weight. He knew what the air felt like when it was just trees and animals and weather. This was different. This was someone pulling at the fabric of reality, folding space the way you'd fold a piece of cloth, stepping from one place to another without crossing the distance between. He stopped on the trail, breathing hard, and put his hand on the blade at his hip. The second blade was strapped across his back, but the hip blade was faster on the draw, and Kratos had taught him that the first blade was the one that mattered. He waited. The woman appeared at the edge of the tree line 60 yards ahead, and she did it badly. There was a sharp crack, like a branch snapping but louder and wronger, and then she was standing there, looking mildly disoriented, clutching a pointed hat to her head with one hand and gripping a leather satchel with the other. She was tall, thin, elderly, wearing robes of dark green that looked profoundly out of place against the snow-dusted pines of Midgard. Her face was stern, sharp-featured, with the look of someone who had spent decades being in charge and expected the universe to cooperate. She looked around the forest with an expression of deep suspicion, as if the trees had personally offended her. Then she spotted Harry on the trail and her eyes went wide. Harry watched her. His hand stayed on his blade. She didn't feel dangerous, not the way Draugr felt dangerous, or the way the dark thing in his scar sometimes pulsed when he dreamed, but she felt powerful. There was magic in her, old and structured and controlled, layered into her like sediment in rock. The woman stared at him for a long moment. Her eyes traveled from his face to the blade on his hip to the second blade on his back to the leather training armor he wore, and something complicated happened behind her expression. Then her gaze found his forehead and the scar, and she drew a sharp breath. "Harry Potter," she said. It was not a question. "Who's asking?" Her mouth thin. "My name is Professor Minerva McGonagall. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I sent you a letter." "I got it." "Yes, well." She straightened, composing herself with the efficiency of someone who had a lot of composing to do and limited patience for the process. "I must say, Mr. Potter, you are not at all what I expected. You were expecting something. I was expecting an 11-year-old boy. I appear to have found a small soldier." Harry almost smiled. "I'm 11 and I'm not a soldier." "Then what are those?" She pointed at the blades. "Tools." McGonagall's lips pressed together so tightly they almost disappeared. She opened her mouth to say something else, and then her gaze shifted to a point behind Harry, and whatever she'd been about to say dried up and blew away like ash in a wind. Harry didn't need to turn around. He knew that particular quality of silence, the way the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, the way the air pressure changed when mass and menace entered a space. Kratos had come up the trail behind him without making a sound, which was something that should have been impossible for a man his size, but which Kratos did as naturally as breathing. McGonagall stared at Kratos. Her face went through several stages: surprise, assessment, alarm, deeper alarm, and finally the careful blankness of someone who has realized they are in the presence of something genuinely dangerous and is recalculating everything. Kratos stepped past Harry and stopped 10 feet from the woman. He studied her the way he studied everything completely, without hurry, cataloging threat level and capability, with the cold efficiency of a predator assessing another predator. "You are from the school," Kratos said. Yes, I am Professor McGonagall, and you are Kratos." He did not elaborate. McGonagall waited for more, realized more was not coming, and adjusted. "Mr. Kratos, Kratos." "Kratos, then. I've come regarding Harry's enrollment at Hogwarts. We've been trying to locate him for some time. Our records indicated he was placed with his aunt and uncle 10 years ago, but when we attempted to contact him there, they claimed, well," her expression hardened, "they claimed they didn't have a nephew." Something moved behind Kratos's eyes. Harry saw it, a flicker of the old fire, the rage that lived beneath the discipline. The Dursleys. The people who had beaten Harry and starved him and locked him in a cupboard and called him a freak. The people who had left him to die. "They do not have a nephew," Kratos said. They lost that right. McGonagall's sharp eyes moved between Kratos and Harry. Am I to understand that you have been raising Harry here? In this, where exactly are we? My apparition coordinates were most unusual. You are in Midgard. I beg your pardon, Midgard, the realm of men, though this region is far from any mortal settlement. McGonagall blinked. Then she blinked again, slower, the way someone does when they're processing information that doesn't fit into any existing category. Midgard, she repeated. As in the Norse cosmological, it is not cosmological, it is geographical, you are standing in it. A long silence. Wind moved through the pines. Somewhere a bird called and received no answer. Perhaps, McGonagall said with the careful precision of someone choosing each word like a step across thin ice, we should discuss this indoors. They walked back to the cabin. McGonagall picked her way through the forest trail with the careful dignity of a cat navigating a puddle. Her robe snagging on branches, she vanished with absent flicks of her wrist. Harry walked behind Kratos, watching the woman and thinking. She was powerful. He could feel the magic in her, dense and old, but it was so structured, so contained and channeled through specific pathways, like water forced through narrow pipes. His own magic was a river compared to her plumbing. Different, not necessarily stronger, but fundamentally different in how it moved. Atreus met them at the cabin door, bow in hand, arrow nocked but not drawn. He'd felt the apparition, too. Who's this? Atreus asked, looking McGonagall up and down with the frank curiosity of a boy who had met dwarves and gods and a world serpent and was not easily impressed by a woman in a pointy hat. Professor McGonagall, Harry said. She's from the school. The wizard school. Brilliant. Does she know any good spells? Atreus, Kratos said. Inside. They sat around the table, Kratos at the head, McGonagall across from him, Harry and Atreus on either side. Kratos had placed the Leviathan axe on the table between them, not as a threat but as a statement. This was his home, his territory. The axe gleamed with quiet frost in the firelight. McGonagall, to her credit, did not flinch at the axe. She placed her satchel on her lap, folded her hands, and spoke with the practiced clarity of someone who had delivered this speech many times. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the finest magical institution in Britain, and one of the foremost in the world. It was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the age. Students attend for 7 years, from age 11 to 17, learning the theory and practice of magic across a range of disciplines: transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and many more. She paused, perhaps expecting questions or expressions of wonder. Harry watched her steadily. Atreus was leaning forward with interest. Kratos's face was stone. Harry has been enrolled since birth, McGonagall continued. His parents, James and Lily Potter, were both Hogwarts alumni, exceptionally talented. His father was one of the most gifted students I ever taught, and his mother was, well, something softened in McGonagall's stern face. Lily was remarkable, truly remarkable. Harry felt something shift in his chest. He had no memory of his parents, not real memory, just the green light and the scream and the vague impression of warmth. Hearing their names spoken by someone who had known them, who had taught them, who clearly still cared about them, cracked open something he usually kept sealed. How did they die? Harry asked. McGonagall's composure faltered. She looked at Kratos, who gave her nothing, and then back at Harry. You don't know. I know they were killed. The Dursleys told me it was a car crash. I know that's a lie because I've seen the green light in my dreams, and cars don't produce green light when they crash. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was rougher. Your parents were murdered, Harry, by a dark wizard, the worst dark wizard in living memory. His name was Voldemort. Atreus's eyebrows went up. That's a terrible name. It is a name that most of the wizarding world still fears to speak, young man. Why, does saying it do something? No, but then it's just a name. Names don't have power unless you give it to them. Atreus glanced at his father. He knew something about names and the weight they carried. He was Atreus. He was also Loki. A name was a skin you could wear or shed. McGonagall pressed on, a muscle in her jaw twitching. Voldemort came to your parents' home on the night of October 31st, 1981. He killed your father first, then your mother. She died protecting you. And then he turned his wand on you and something happened that had never happened before. The cabin was very quiet. The fire popped. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, is an unblockable, unsurvivable curse. No one in recorded history had ever withstood it. But when Voldemort cast it at you, it rebounded. It struck him instead. He was destroyed, or so we believed, and you survived with nothing but that scar. Her eyes fixed on Harry's forehead. Harry resisted the urge to touch the scar. It was prickling the way it sometimes did when he dreamed of green light, but it was manageable. He'd felt worse from a training bruise. "You are famous, Harry," McGonagall said. "In our world you are known as the boy who lived, the child who defeated the darkest wizard of the age." Silence. Then Harry said, "I was a baby." "Yes. A baby didn't defeat anything. Whatever happened, it happened to me, not because of me. I didn't make a choice. I didn't fight. My mother fought. My mother died." He paused. "Is Voldemort dead?" McGonagall hesitated. That hesitation told Harry more than any words could have. He glanced at Kratos. His father's eyes were fixed on McGonagall with an intensity that could have stripped paint from a wall. "We believe so," McGonagall said carefully. "His body was destroyed. There has been no sign of him in 10 years. "You believe," Kratos said. "There are uncertainties. His body was never found. There are those who think he may have survived in some diminished form." "Then he is alive," Kratos said flatly. "Wounded, diminished, but alive. I have killed many things that should have stayed dead. They never do." McGonagall stared at him. "You speak as though you have experience with such matters." "I have killed gods, Professor, more than one. And the lesson is always the same. Nothing truly dies unless you make certain of it. Was this Voldemort made certain of?" The silence that followed was heavy enough to press against the walls. "No," McGonagall admitted. "He was not." Kratos nodded once as if this confirmed something he'd already known. He looked at Harry. "There is your answer. The man who killed your parents is still alive somewhere. He marked you. He will come for you again." Harry met his father's eyes. There was no fear in either of them. "Good," Harry said. McGonagall made a small, startled sound. "If he comes for me," Harry said, "I'll be able to find him. That's easier than hunting." "Mr. Potter, Harry, this is not a matter to take lightly. Voldemort was the most powerful dark wizard in centuries. His followers, the Death Eaters, terrorized the entire wizarding world for over a decade. Even Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard alive, could not." "Who is Albus Dumbledore?" Kratos asked. "The headmaster of Hogwarts. He is widely regarded as the most powerful wizard in the world. He was the only one Voldemort ever feared. And he runs a school for children." Yes. The most powerful wizard in the world chooses to teach children rather than hunt the dark wizard who terrorized his people and may still be alive." McGonagall opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "Dumbledore has his reasons for everything he does." "That is not a recommendation," Kratos said. "Men who have reasons for everything are men who can justify anything." Something complicated moved across McGonagall's face, an old loyalty warring with an older doubt, the kind of internal conflict that has been in residence so long it stopped paying rent. She did not argue the point. "Regardless," she said, "Harry's place at Hogwarts has been assured since his birth. His magical education is a matter of some importance. He is—" "I'll go," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Kratos's expression didn't change, but Harry had spent 6 years learning to read the microshifts in his father's face, and he caught it, the fractional tightening around the eyes, the slight adjustment of weight. Not disapproval, assessment. "I want to know what they can teach me," Harry said. "Not because I need it. I can fight. I can channel magic. But they do it differently. I can feel it on her, the way her magic moves. It's structured. Mine is raw. I want to understand the structures. I want to understand what my parents knew, how they used their power. And if Voldemort is out there, I want to know everything about how that world works because he came from that world and I need to understand my enemy." Kratos regarded him for a long moment. Then he looked at McGonagall. "My son will attend your school," he said, "under conditions." "Conditions?" "He goes armed. The blades stay with him. If your school cannot accept this, we are done talking." "Mr. Kratos, students are not permitted to carry weapons at Hogwarts. It is a school, not a, he goes armed or he does not go. There are safety regulations." He has carried those blades since he was 8. He has never cut anyone who did not need cutting. The blades are part of him. Would you ask him to leave his hands behind?" McGonagall stared at the twin blades where they rested against the wall, dark metal gleaming with that faint frost-blue light, the leather grips worn smooth by 3 years of daily use. She was weighing something. Harry could see the calculation happening behind those sharp eyes, the rules versus the reality, the precedent versus the unprecedented. "I will speak to the headmaster," she said. "I make no promises, but I believe an accommodation can be reached." "Second," Kratos said, "he answers to no man. Your teachers may instruct him. They may not command him. If they threaten him, demean him, or attempt to use their authority to harm him in any way, there will be consequences. We do not harm students at Hogwarts. You left him with the Dursleys." The words hit McGonagall like a physical blow. She actually rocked back in her chair, her face going pale, and for the first time since she'd arrived, the stern composure cracked completely. Harry saw it, guilt, old and deep and raw. It was Dumbledore's decision. I argued against it. I told him they were the worst sort of." She stopped, pressed her lips together. When she spoke again, her voice was barely controlled. "I sat on a wall and watched those people for an entire day before Harry was placed with them. I told Dumbledore they were the worst sort of muggles. He said the blood protection required Harry to live with his mother's blood relative. I should have pushed harder. I should have." "Yes," Kratos said. "You should have." There was no cruelty in his voice, just fact. McGonagall met his eyes and something passed between them. Two people who had failed to protect someone they should have protected, recognizing the shape of that failure in each other. "It will not happen again," McGonagall said quietly. "I give you my word. Your word means nothing to me yet, but I will give you the chance to make it mean something. My third condition: if anything threatens my son, anything beyond the scope of normal schooling, you will contact me immediately. Not Dumbledore, not your ministry, me." "And how exactly would I, Atreus?" Kratos looked at his other son. Atreus reached into his pocket and produced a small carved runestone, pale gray, etched with symbols that pulsed with a faint golden light. He slid it across the table to McGonagall. "Break it," Atreus said, "and father will come. Fair warning, he'll probably be angry and you don't want to see him angry." "This is not an exaggeration," Kratos said. McGonagall took the runestone. She turned it over in her fingers, feeling the magic in it, and slipped it into her satchel. "Very well. Armed, autonomous, and with a direct line to you. Is that all?" "One more thing," Harry said. Both adults looked at him. "I want to know everything about my parents, not the story everyone tells, not the boy who lived fairy tale. I want to know who James and Lily Potter were, what they could do, how they lived, why Voldemort targeted them specifically. Can you tell me that?" McGonagall's stern face softened again, and this time it stayed soft. She looked at Harry with an expression he couldn't fully read, grief, maybe, and something like recognition. "Your father," she said, "was an arrogant, reckless, brilliant boy who grew into a brave and selfless man. He was a Gryffindor, that's one of the 4 houses at Hogwarts. He could have been anything, done anything, but he chose to fight Voldemort because it was right. He was an animagus. He could transform into a stag at will, which is extraordinarily advanced magic. He loved your mother desperately, infuriated her constantly, and would have burned the world down to protect you." Harry's throat was tight. He said nothing. "Your mother was Muggle-born, born to non-magical parents. Some in our world think less of Muggle-borns. Those people are fools. Lily Potter was the most naturally gifted witch of her generation. Her specialty was charms, but she excelled at everything. She was fierce, she was kind, and she was the only person who could make your father behave." McGonagall paused. "She had your eyes, exactly your eyes." Harry touched the corner of his eye involuntarily. "Green. His mother's green." "They were both members of the Order of the Phoenix," McGonagall continued. "A group formed by Dumbledore to fight Voldemort during the First War. Voldemort targeted them because of a prophecy, the details of which I do not know in full. Only Dumbledore knows the complete prophecy. What I know is that Voldemort believed your parents' child would be a threat to him, and he came to destroy that threat." "A prophecy," Kratos said, and the word dropped from his mouth like a stone into dark water. His face had changed, not visibly, not in a way McGonagall would have noticed, but Harry saw it. The rage was there again, but it was different this time. Colder, deeper. The rage of a man who had once been a puppet of prophecy himself, who had torn apart an entire pantheon trying to break free of fate's chains. Yes, McGonagall said. Prophecies are complicated. The Department of Mysteries in the Ministry of Magic maintains a hall of prophecies, and I know what prophecies are, Kratos said. I have broken them before. McGonagall looked at him as if she was only now beginning to understand exactly what kind of person she was dealing with. Something in Kratos's voice when he said those words, the weight of lived experience, the absolute certainty of a man who was not speaking theoretically, shifted the air in the cabin. You've broken a prophecy, she said slowly. That is not supposed to be possible. Many things are not supposed to be possible. I have done most of them. McGonagall looked at Harry, she looked at the blades, she looked at Kratos. She looked at the Leviathan axe on the table, frost curling from its edge in lazy spirals. She looked at Atreus, who was watching everything with bright, sharp eyes and a hand resting casually on his bow. What exactly are you? She asked Kratos. I am his father, Kratos said. That is all you need to know. They spent the rest of the afternoon on logistics. McGonagall produced the supply list from her satchel, robes, a cauldron, books, potion ingredients, a wand, and Kratos studied each item with the critical eye of a man inspecting weapons before a campaign. Robes are impractical in a fight. Students are not expected to fight. Expectations are for people who have never been ambushed. He will wear what he needs beneath the robes. The robes can go over the top. I suppose that's acceptable. This wand, explain it. McGonagall explained wands, the focusing instrument of wizarding magic, a conduit of wood and magical core that shaped and directed raw magical power into specific spells. Each wand chose its wizard. The results could not be predicted. Harry's magic does not need a conduit, Kratos said. He channels it through his body and his weapons. That is highly unusual. Wandless magic is possible but extremely difficult. Most witches and wizards cannot perform it reliably. A wand makes magic precise and repeatable. My magic works fine, Harry said. I don't doubt it, but a wand opens doors that raw power alone cannot. Transfiguration, for instance, the art of changing one object into another, requires a degree of precision that is nearly impossible without a focused instrument. The same with charms, potions preparation, and dozens of other disciplines. Your raw power is clearly formidable, but Hogwarts can teach you to do things with it that you've never imagined. That caught Harry's attention. He'd been ambivalent about the wand, viewing it as a crutch. Kratos had taught him that reliance on any single tool was a vulnerability. But the idea of unlocking new applications for his magic was something else entirely. He didn't want to be dependent on a wand, but he wanted to understand how one worked, the same way a warrior should understand every weapon on the battlefield, including the ones he didn't carry. I'll get a wand, Harry said, but I use it my way. We shall see, McGonagall said, with the tone of a teacher who had handled a great many stubborn students and was not intimidated by one more. They discussed the location of Diagon Alley, the wizarding shopping district in London, and how to get there, and the fact that Hogwarts was in Scotland, which was in a different realm from Midgard entirely. McGonagall explained the Hogwarts Express, the train that carried students to school on September 1st, and the process of being sorted into one of 4 houses. Sorted how? Atreus asked. A magical artifact, the sorting hat, reads the qualities of each student and assigns them to the house that best fits their nature. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. And Voldemort was Slytherin, Atreus guessed. He was. And Harry's parents were Gryffindor. They were. So everyone's going to expect Harry to be a Gryffindor. Almost certainly, Atreus looked at Harry. What if you're not? Harry shrugged. Then I'm not. A house doesn't define me. McGonagall almost smiled. It was small and quickly controlled, but it was there. Your mother said something remarkably similar once. She left as the sun was going down, promising to return in 1 week's time to escort Harry to London for his school supplies. She apparated from the clearing in front of the cabin with that same sharp crack, and then the forest was quiet again, and it was just the three of them. They ate dinner in near silence. Venison stew, bread that Atreus had actually made well this time, and the last of the preserved berries from autumn. Harry ate steadily, thinking, turning over everything McGonagall had said like stones in a riverbed, examining each one for what was hidden beneath. It was Atreus who broke the silence. "You're really going, then?" "Yeah, to a castle in Scotland to learn magic from people who use sticks. Wands, fancy sticks," Harry smiled. It still came rarely, but it came more easily now than it once had. "I'll be back for holidays and summers." "I know, it's just—" Atreus stopped. Poked at his stew. He was 12 now, growing into his frame, his face losing the roundness of childhood. He looked like Faye sometimes, Harry knew. He'd seen the small portrait Kratos kept wrapped in cloth beneath his bed. Atreus had her cheekbones, her jaw, her eyes that saw more than they let on. "I'll miss you," Atreus said. "That's all. You're my brother and I'll miss you, and if anyone at that school messes with you, I want detailed descriptions so I can make fun of them properly when you get back. I'll take notes. Drawings, preferably. I want to see what wizards look like when they realize they've picked a fight with the wrong person." They grinned at each other across the table, and it was good, and it was warm. Kratos said nothing during this exchange. He ate his stew, cleaned his bowl, and went to the door. He paused there, not turning around. "Harry." "Yeah, come outside." They walked to the lake in the dark. The sky was enormous above them, thick with stars that didn't exist in any mortal astronomy. The constellations of Midgard were different, older, mapped by the gods themselves onto a canvas of night that stretched between the branches of Yggdrasil. The lake was a black mirror, reflecting the stars back at themselves. Their breath clouded in the cold air. Kratos sat on the boulder by the water's edge. Harry sat beside him. They were quiet for a long time. This was not unusual. Some of Harry's best conversations with Kratos involved no words at all. "The woman told the truth," Kratos said eventually, "but not all of it. I know, she held things back about Dumbledore and the prophecy. You noticed. She respects him, but she's not sure she trusts him. And she's scared of something, not Voldemort exactly, something closer, something inside the institution she's part of." Kratos looked at him. In the starlight, the red war paint across his face looked black. "You are more perceptive than your age suggests." "I had a good teacher." A silence. The lake breathed. "I was the servant of a god once," Kratos said. Harry went still. Kratos almost never talked about his past. Fragments had emerged over the years, stray references to battles, to a place called Sparta, to wars that had shaken the foundations of a world Harry had never seen, but the full story remained locked behind Kratos' iron discipline. "Ares," Kratos said. The name sounded like a curse. "The god of war. He made me strong. He made me his weapon, and then he used me to destroy everything I loved." A pause. "He did not force my hand. He manipulated me into doing it willingly. That is the cruelty of gods who use men as tools. They do not need chains when they have purpose. They give you a reason to fight, a reason to kill, and by the time you realize the reason was theirs and not yours, the blood is already on your hands." The stars reflected in the water. Somewhere far away, something howled. "This Dumbledore, he placed you with people who hurt you. He had reasons. He always has reasons." The woman said as much. "And now he runs a school where you will be sent, and there is a prophecy he has not shared, and a dark wizard he believes will return, and you, the child of that prophecy, are walking into his care. You think he's like Ares. Number, I think he is something more dangerous. Ares was cruel. Cruelty is simple. You can see it, name it, fight it. This Dumbledore is kind. Kind men with great power and hidden purposes are the most dangerous creatures in any world. They will sacrifice you for the greater good and weep while they do it, and they will call the weeping proof that they are not monsters." Harry let this settle. It aligned with something he'd already felt, listening to McGonagall, the way she talked about Dumbledore with a mixture of reverence and unease, the way she deflected questions about the prophecy to him, the way the entire structure of Harry's life, The Dursleys, the letter, the timing, felt less like coincidence and more like architecture. "I'm still going," Harry said. "I know. Not because he wants me to. Because I need to understand. The prophecy, the magic, my parents, Voldemort, it's all connected and it all runs through that school. If I'm going to fight what's coming, I need to see the battlefield first." Kratos was quiet for a moment. Then he put his hand on Harry's shoulder, heavy, warm, an anchor in the dark. "You are not a weapon to be aimed," Kratos said. "You are not a prophecy to be fulfilled. You are not a boy who lived. You are Harry. You are my son. And you will walk into that school and learn what they have to teach, and you will see what they try to hide, and when the time comes, you will choose your own path. Not Dumbledore's, not Voldemort's, yours. And if Voldemort comes for me, then you will be ready, and if you need me, I will come. I do not care how many realms stand between us. I will come, and whatever threatens you will learn why the gods themselves learn to be afraid." It was the most Kratos had ever said at one time, and the weight of it pressed into Harry like a hand against his chest. He leaned into his father's side, not out of weakness, but out of love, which was a different kind of strength that Kratos had taken 6 years to teach him and was still learning himself. They sat by the lake until the stars wheeled overhead and the cold bit deep, and then they went home. McGonagall returned a week later, as promised. She looked slightly less severe than the first visit. She'd exchanged the pointed hat for a more practical traveling cloak, and she'd brought a bag of what she called every flavor beans for Harry and Atreus, which Atreus declared were either brilliant or an act of war after biting into one that tasted like earwax. They traveled to London by a method McGonagall called side-along apparition, which involved gripping her arm and being squeezed through a tube of compressed reality. Harry hated it. The sensation was invasive and chaotic, nothing like the clean, physical magic he was used to. When they landed in the small courtyard behind a grubby London pub called the Leaky Cauldron, he had to take 3 deep breaths before his stomach settled. Kratos had not come. This was deliberate, he had told Harry that morning with his usual economy. "This is your world. You should see it through your own eyes first, not through mine." But Harry knew the real reason. Kratos in the wizarding world would be a bomb in a glass shop. Every eye would follow him. Every question would be about him. This was Harry's introduction to his parents' world, and Kratos was giving him the space to make it his. Atreus had wanted to come. Kratos had said number. Atreus had argued. Kratos had said no again. That was the end of it. So it was Harry and McGonagall who stepped through the back wall of the Leaky Cauldron, the bricks rearranging themselves into an archway at the touch of her wand, and into Diagon Alley. It was a lot. Harry had grown up in a forest in Midgard, surrounded by ancient trees and quiet snow and the occasional mythological creature. Diagon Alley was its opposite in every dimension. A cramped, winding cobblestone street packed with witches and wizards in every color of robe, shop windows bursting with moving displays, owls swooping overhead, cauldrons stacked in doorways, the air thick with overlapping smells of potions and pastry and old parchment, and something that smelled like burnt sugar mixed with lightning. Harry took it in without slowing down. He catalogued the crowd, potential threats, exits, sight lines, the way the buildings narrowed the street into natural choke points. Force of habit. Kratos' voice in the back of his mind. Every new place is a battlefield until you've mapped it. "We'll start at Gringotts," McGonagall said, steering him toward a towering white marble building at the end of the alley. "Your parents left you a vault. You'll need gold for supplies." The goblins were interesting. Short, sharp-featured, with a bluntness that reminded Harry of Brock. They did not grovel or bow, even when McGonagall identified Harry by name. The goblin who took them down to the vault, a particularly sour-looking creature named Griffook, regarded Harry with appraising, calculating eyes. "The Potter Vault," Griffook said, unlocking the heavy door, "untouched for 10 years. The vault was full of gold. Mountains of it, coins stacked in towers and piled in drifts, gold and silver and bronze, more money than Harry had ever seen or imagined." He stared at it for a moment, then turned to Griffook. "How much is here?" "The Potter family fortune, substantial. Your family was old and wealthy." Harry took what McGonagall told him he'd need for supplies and left the rest. Money was useful, but it wasn't strength. Kratos had never mentioned money. Kratos dealt in different currencies: skill, will, discipline, and the willingness to do what needed to be done. The shopping was efficient. McGonagall moved through it like a general executing a campaign plan. Robes from Madame Malkin's, Harry got them loose enough to move in, with the seams reinforced so they wouldn't tear if he needed to fight. Books from Flourish and Blots, Harry bought everything on the list and 3 extra books on magical theory that caught his eye: a cauldron, scales, telescope, potions, ingredients. And then Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and felt alive. Magic saturated the air so thickly that Harry could taste it. Thousands of wands in thousands of boxes, each one humming with its own particular frequency, creating a layered chord of potential that pressed against his skin. He paused in the doorway, adjusting, letting his senses sort through the noise. "Ah," said a soft voice from the shadows. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." The old man emerged from between the shelves like smoke taking form. Thin, pale-eyed, with silver hair that seemed to float slightly, as if gravity had lost interest in it. He moved toward Harry with the eager, unsettling intensity of someone who was about to have the most interesting experience of his week. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. "I remember every wand I've ever sold. Your mother's willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father's mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, a fine wand for transfiguration." His silver eyes drifted to Harry's forehead. "And the wand that gave you that scar, 13½ inches, you with a phoenix feather core, powerful, very powerful." "You remember the wand that killed my parents," Harry said flatly. "I remember the wand. The wand did not choose to kill. That was the wizard." Ollivander's eyes were bright, unbothered, curious. "Now, let's find yours." What followed was 45 minutes of escalating frustration for Ollivander. Wand after wand was pulled from shelves and placed in Harry's hand, and wand after wand failed to respond properly. Some sparked weakly, some did nothing. One exploded a shelf of boxes with a bang that made McGonagall jump. The problem, Harry realized about 15 wands in, was that his magic didn't want to be channeled through wood and feathers. It was used to flowing through his body, through steel, through the frost-touched metal of his blades. Asking it to squeeze through a wand was like asking a river to flow through a drinking straw. But Ollivander was not discouraged. If anything, each failure made him more excited. He vanished deeper into the shop, muttering, and returned with a box that he handled with particular care. "I wonder," he said, almost to himself. "Perhaps, yes, let's try this." The wand was dark, almost black, with a faint grain that seemed to shift when Harry looked at it, like deep water over stone. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather core, Ollivander said. "The brother of the wand that killed your parents." Harry's hand closed around it. The reaction was immediate and violent. Not the gentle warmth the other wands had offered. This was a detonation. Magic surged through the wand like a dam breaking, and Harry felt it connect with something deep inside him, something that recognized the wand the way you recognize a face you've seen in dreams. Green and gold sparks exploded from the tip, swirling around him in a vortex that knocked boxes off shelves and sent Ollivander's hair whipping. The air crackled, the floor shook. Harry breathed. He pulled the magic back, controlled it, channeled it down from a roar to a hum. The sparks settled, the vortex died. The wand sat in his hand, warm and alive and buzzing with eager, barely contained power. "Oh my," Ollivander whispered. His eyes were enormous. "Oh my, my, my." "It works," Harry said. "It does rather more than work, Mr. Potter. That wand has been sitting on that shelf for decades, waiting. I had a feeling, I've always had a feeling, about who it was waiting for. The phoenix whose feather resides in that wand gave only one other feather, just one. And that other feather is in the wand that gave you your scar." Harry looked at the wand. Brother cores. His wand and Voldemort's wand connected by the same source. He turned this over in his mind the way Kratos had taught him to turn over new information, examining it from every angle, testing it for traps and advantages. "Is that a weakness or a strength?" he asked. Ollivander tilted his head. That, Mr. Potter, is a very good question, and I confess I do not entirely know the answer. Then I'll find out. He paid for the wand and left the shop. McGonagall was waiting outside, and something in her face told him she'd felt the magical discharge from the street. "All sorted?" she asked, with studied casualness. "Brother wand to Voldemort's," Harry said. McGonagall's casualness evaporated. She stared at him, opened her mouth, closed it, and finally said, "Dumbledore will want to know about that." "I'm sure he will. That doesn't mean I'll tell him." They finished the shopping. Harry bought an owl, a beautiful snowy creature who landed on his arm with a weight and presence that reminded him of Kratos, and named her Hedwig after a name he found in one of his new books. He bought extra parchment ink and a set of throwing knives that he found in a shop down a side alley that McGonagall pretended not to notice. On the way out, as they passed back through the leaky cauldron, Harry paused. The pub was half full of witches and wizards drinking and talking, and he could feel their eyes on him, the curious glances, the whispered conversations, the way people nudged each other and pointed. The scar. They were looking at the scar. "They know who I am," Harry said. "You are the most famous person in the wizarding world, Harry. You have been since you were a year old." "I didn't do anything to earn that, but fame rarely has anything to do with what people earn." Harry walked through the pub without stopping, without acknowledging the stares, without performing the role they expected. He was not the boy who lived. He was not a symbol or a savior or a story. He was Harry, son of Kratos, and he answered to no one's expectations but his own. September 1st came with cold rain. Harry stood in the training clearing behind the cabin at dawn, his blades in his hands, running through forms one last time. The movements were meditative now, not practice but prayer. The language of the body speaking to itself, reminding itself of what it knew. Strike, turn, channel, release. Strike, turn, channel, release. The blades sang in the wet air, trailing faint arcs of frostlight. His trunk was packed. Robes, books, supplies, the wand in its box, Hedwig in her cage, and at the bottom, wrapped in oilcloth, 2 changes of training gear and a whetstone for the blades. Everything he needed for a year in a world he'd never seen. Atreus found him in the clearing and leaned against a tree, watching. "You're going to terrify them, you know." "I'm not trying to terrify anyone." "You don't have to try, that's the terrifying part." Atreus pushed off the tree and held something out, a leather cord with a small carved pendant, a wolf's head in pale wood. "I made this. It's not magic, it's just so you remember. Wolves hunt in packs." Harry took it and put it around his neck. The wood was warm against his chest. "I'll remember." They gripped each other's forearms, the warriors clasped Kratos had taught them, and held it. "If anyone gives you trouble," Atreus said, "tell them your brother is the Norse god of mischief and stories, and he will find ways to ruin their lives that haven't been invented yet." "I'll leave that out." "Your loss. It's very intimidating." Kratos was waiting at the front of the cabin. The Leviathan axe was on his back. His arms were crossed. His face was unreadable. Harry stood in front of him, trunk at his feet, blades on his back, wand in his pocket, and for a moment they just looked at each other. The massive, ash-skinned god who had torn apart Olympus and the lean, dark-haired boy he'd pulled from the snow 6 years ago. "Remember what you are," Kratos said. "I will. Not what they tell you, not what they expect. What you are." "I know, Father." The word hung in the air. Harry had started using it 2 years ago, gradually, tentatively, testing it the way you test thin ice with your weight. Kratos had never asked for it, had never corrected the shift from Kratos to Father. But Harry had seen what happened in his face the first time, the tiniest fracture in that iron control, the ghost of something vast and tender and terribly vulnerable, and he'd kept using it because it was true. Kratos put his hand on Harry's head, heavy, warm, steady. "Go," he said. "Learn and come home." McGonagall apparated them to London, then to King's Cross Station, and showed Harry the trick of walking through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The passage felt like pushing through a membrane of warm static, and then he was on the other side, and platform 9 3/4 exploded into existence around him. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine belching white smoke into the glass-roof station. Hundreds of students milled around it with their families, children hugging parents, owls hooting, cats threading between legs, trunks being loaded onto the train. It was chaos. Organized, cheerful, very British chaos. Harry moved through it without hesitation. He found an empty compartment near the rear of the train, loaded his trunk onto the overhead rack, settled Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, and sat with his back to the wall and a clear view of the door and the corridor beyond. The blades were across his back, hidden beneath his robes but accessible in under a second. The train lurched and began to move. London slid past the windows, then suburbs, then countryside, green and wet and rolling, utterly unlike the forests of Midgard. Harry watched it pass and felt the distance growing between him and everything he knew. 10 minutes into the journey, the compartment door slid open. The boy who stood there was tall for 11, thin, with red hair, freckles, and an expression of hopeful embarrassment. "Anyone sitting here, everywhere else is full." Harry looked at him. No threat, no guile, just a kid looking for a seat. "Go ahead." The boy dropped into the seat across from Harry with the graceless relief of someone whose legs had been about to give out. "Thanks. I'm Ron Weasley." "Harry." "Harry what? Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. His gaze shot to Harry's forehead, found the scar, and his mouth fell open. You're Harry Potter, the Harry Potter." "I'm Harry Potter, I don't know about the—" "Bloody hell. Sorry, it's just everyone's been talking about you. On the platform, in the papers, everywhere. No one knew where you'd been for 10 years, and then suddenly you're on the Hogwarts roster and people are losing their minds. My mum nearly fainted." Harry could see it, the celebrity worship, the wide eyes, the eagerness to be close to fame. He'd seen it on the faces of people in the leaky cauldron and in Diagon Alley. He waited for it to calcify, for Ron to become another staring face, another gawker. But Ron, to his credit, seemed to realize he was doing the thing. He went red, a deep, spectacular red that clashed with his hair and scrubbed the back of his neck. "Sorry, that was stupid. You're probably sick of people doing that. Getting there." "Right, well, I'll stop then. Do you want a chocolate frog? My mum packed about 40 of them and I can't eat them all." He pulled a battered box from his pocket and tossed one to Harry. And just like that, the celebrity thing was over. Ron launched into a rambling account of his family. 6 siblings, a Quidditch-obsessed household, hand-me-down everything, and Harry listened and asked questions, and found, to his own surprise, that he was enjoying himself. Ron was funny. Not clever funny like Atreus, but warm funny, the kind of humor that came from not taking yourself too seriously. He talked with his mouth full and laughed at his own jokes and treated Harry like a person rather than a legend. And Harry hadn't realized how much he'd needed that until he had it. An hour later, the compartment door opened again, and a girl with enormous brown hair and an air of barely contained urgency leaned in. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." She scanned the compartment, took in Harry and Ron, and paused. Her eyes were sharp, busy, cataloging everything the way Harry cataloged a new room. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "We've established that," Ron muttered. "I'm Hermione Granger. I've read about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "I haven't read any of those," Harry said. "You should. They're quite informative. Although," she frowned, "they're rather short on details about what actually happened to you as a baby. Most of the accounts are quite speculative. They're speculative because no one knows what happened, including me." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and then did something that surprised Harry. She sat down. Without being invited, without hesitation, she simply dropped into the seat next to Ron as if the compartment had always been waiting for her. "That must be frustrating," she said, "having everyone tell a story about you that you can't verify." "It is." "Well, I think we should focus on what we can verify then. First year at Hogwarts. New spells to learn. I've already practiced several. I managed a few from the standard book of spells, grade 1, which I thought was rather good for preterm work." "Show off," Ron said, but he was grinning. Harry looked at the two of them, Ron with his freckles and easy warmth, Hermione with her fierce intelligence and complete inability to not fill a silence, and felt something shift. Not dramatically, not like a prophecy or a magical surge. Just the quiet, human thing of finding people you fit with, the way a blade fits a grip. He almost reached for the wolf pendant under his robes. Wolves hunt in packs. The train carried them north through the rain, and the countryside changed, wilder, darker, the hills growing steeper and the trees older. Ron fell asleep with a chocolate frog card stuck to his cheek. Hermione read 3 chapters of Hogwarts, a history, and narrated the interesting parts whether anyone was listening or not. Harry sat with his back to the wall and watched the world go by, his hand resting on the hilt of the blade beneath his robes, feeling the vibration of the train and the growing pull of something vast and ancient and magical somewhere ahead. When the castle appeared through the rain, a massive, impossible silhouette of towers and turrets perched on a cliff above a black lake, every window blazing with light, Ron woke up. Hermione closed her book, and all 3 of them pressed against the window. Wicked, Ron breathed. Hermione was speechless for perhaps the first time in her life. Harry looked at the castle, and the castle looked back, and something in its ancient magic reached out and brushed against his own. Recognition. Welcome. The magic of Hogwarts was old, older than the building, older than the founders, a deep vein of power that ran through the earth itself. Harry could feel it humming through the soles of his boots, up through his legs, resonating with the magic in his chest. They crossed the lake in small boats, a tradition for first years, guided by a man named Hagrid, who was the largest human Harry had ever seen who wasn't Kratos. Hagrid was enormous, wild-haired, and kind-eyed, and he looked at Harry with an expression of such naked, uncomplicated love that Harry was momentarily thrown. "Last time I saw you, you was just a baby," Hagrid said, his voice thick. "I carried you out of the house myself that night, gave you to Dumbledore, I did." His beetle-black eyes glistened. "Look at you now." Harry filed that away. Hagrid had been there the night his parents died. Hagrid had carried him from the wreckage. Hagrid had given him to Dumbledore. Everything kept coming back to Dumbledore. The boats carried them across the black water, and the castle rose above them like a mountain with windows, and then they were inside, and it was warm and golden and smelled like old stone and dinner and magic. McGonagall met them in the entrance hall, stern again, professional, a different creature from the woman who had sat in Kratos's cabin and admitted her failures. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and led them into the great hall. 4 long tables filled the hall, packed with students. Candles floated above them in their hundreds, and the ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky tonight, a churning expanse of rain and cloud that occasionally split to show stars. At the head of the hall sat the teacher's table, and in its center, a very old man with a very long silver beard and half-moon spectacles that caught the candlelight. Dumbledore. Harry felt the man's gaze land on him like a physical weight. It was not aggressive, not threatening. It was curious, probing, gentle in the way that a surgeon's hands are gentle. The old man smiled, and his blue eyes twinkled, and Harry thought of what Kratos had said by the lake. Kind men with great power and hidden purposes are the most dangerous creatures in any world. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze and held it, not with defiance, not with aggression, but with the steady, unblinking calm of someone who had looked into the eyes of Draugr and trolls and a father who had killed gods. He let Dumbledore look, and he looked back, and he made sure the old man saw exactly what he was. Not a scared boy, not a weapon to be aimed, not a piece on a chessboard. A warrior, trained, ready. His own. Dumbledore's smile flickered, just for a moment, just a fraction, and something moved behind the twinkle. Surprise, maybe. Or reassessment. Or the first tremor of a plan encountering a variable it hadn't accounted for. Then the moment passed, and McGonagall placed a battered hat on a stool, and the sorting began. Harry waded through the alphabetical procession with warrior's patience, watching each student sit on the stool and have the hat placed on their head. It shouted house names seemingly at random, sometimes instantly, sometimes after long deliberation. Hermione went to Gryffindor after what looked like a tense negotiation with the hat. Ron went to Gryffindor too, looking relieved enough to melt. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that has weight and texture and intention. Every eye in the room turned to him, and the whispers started even before he stood up. Potter, the Harry Potter. Look at the scar. What's he carrying on his back? Harry walked to the stool. His robes shifted as he moved, and the students close enough to see caught the glint of dark metal beneath them, the twin blades strapped across his back, frostlight dancing along their edges. He heard the intake of breath, the confusion, the spike of fear from those sensitive enough to feel what he was. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his mind, dry, ancient, amused. Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against his own and immediately locked down, the way Kratos had taught him. His mind was not a house with an open door. It was a fortress. "Oh my," the hat said. "That's new. You have defenses I haven't encountered in 1,000 years of sorting. Who taught you to guard your mind like this?" "My father, your father." "Yes, I see. No, I don't see. That's rather the point. You're blocking me quite effectively. But I don't need to see everything, Mr. Potter. I only need enough. And what I can feel from you is extraordinary. Just sort me. Patience, patience. You have courage, deep, trained, tested courage, not the reckless bravado I usually file under Gryffindor. You have intelligence, though you'd rather act than theorize. You have loyalty that runs to the bone. And ambition, oh yes, not the petty ambition of power seekers, but the ambition to master yourself, to be ready to never be helpless again. You would do well in any house. I don't care which house. Put me where it matters least. Where it matters least, that's a new one. Most students beg for their preferred house. Very well, Mr. Potter. If it matters so little to you, then let us put you where your mother and father went, where your courage was born, even if it was forged elsewhere. Let it be Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted. Harry pulled the hat off, handed it to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table through a storm of cheering and stamping and chanting. Ron was on his feet, whooping. Hermione was clapping with a smile that tried to be restrained and failed completely. Harry slid into the seat between them, and the noise gradually died down. Across the hall, at the teacher's table, Dumbledore watched him with those twinkling blue eyes. Next to Dumbledore, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose stared at Harry with an expression of such complex, layered hostility that it was almost fascinating. There was hatred there, but it was old, older than Harry, and beneath it something else, something like pain. Harry met the man's gaze and held it, the same way he'd held Dumbledore's. "Who's that?" he asked Ron, nodding toward the dark-haired teacher. "Snape, Professor Snape, teaches potions, head of Slytherin. He's supposed to be a right git. He's staring at me." "Everyone's staring at you, mate." "Not like that. He looks like he's trying to decide whether to hate me or something else." Ron shrugged. "Probably both. Snape's complicated, according to my brothers. Brilliant but miserable. Hates everyone but especially Gryffindors." Harry filed it away. Another puzzle piece, another angle to watch. The castle was full of them. Layers upon layers of history and politics and hidden agendas, all of them swirling around the scar on his forehead and the prophecy Dumbledore kept locked away. The feast appeared on the tables, platters of roast meat, mountains of potatoes, rivers of gravy, tureens of soup, baskets of bread, pitchers of pumpkin juice. Harry ate well, but not desperately, not the way he'd eaten in the early days at Kratos's cabin. That hunger was gone, replaced by the steady appetite of a body that knew it would be fed. He ate and he listened and he watched, and the castle hummed around him like a living thing, its ancient magic pressing against his own in a slow, warm pulse that said, "Welcome, welcome, welcome." After the feast, Dumbledore stood and gave a speech. Most of it was practical, rules, forbidden areas, the usual start-of-term business. But at the end he said something that made Harry's hand tighten around his fork. "And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." He said it cheerfully, with a smile, as if announcing a change in the lunch menu. Ron laughed. Hermione looked concerned. Harry looked at Dumbledore and thought, "You just told a castle full of children that there is something deadly behind a door. You told them exactly where it is. You told them not to go there, which is the surest way to make certain someone will. Either you're a fool or you want someone to go through that door. And you're not a fool." The students were ushered to their dormitories. Harry followed the Gryffindor prefect up staircases that moved, past portraits that talked and ghosts that floated and suits of armor that turned their heads to watch him pass. The Gryffindor common room was in a tower, warm, round, red, and gold, with a fireplace big enough to stand in and windows that looked out over the dark grounds. The first-year boys' dormitory had 5 beds. Harry took the one nearest the door, tactical position, easy exit, clear view of the room. Ron took the bed next to his. 3 other boys filled the remaining beds. A round-faced boy named Neville, who had finally found his toad. A sandy-haired boy named Seamus, who immediately set his curtains on fire trying a spell. And a quiet boy named Dean, who put up football posters with Muggle tape and seemed supremely unbothered by the magical world he just entered. Harry stowed his trunk, hung his blades on the bedpost within arm's reach, and sat on the edge of the bed while the other boys settled in. Ron was watching him. "You really carry weapons, like all the time, all the time." "Why?" "Because the world is dangerous and I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them." Ron considered this. "Fair enough. My brother Charlie works with dragons. He says something similar except about fireproof trousers." Harry nearly smiled. He liked Ron. The boy was artless, transparent, genuine in a way that was almost painfully vulnerable. He said what he thought, felt what he felt, and didn't seem to have a strategic bone in his body. After years of Kratos's calculated discipline, Ron's openness was like a window in a stone wall. The dormitory settled into sleep sounds, breathing, shifting, Neville's toad croaking somewhere under a bed. Harry lay in the dark with his hands behind his head, feeling the castle's magic pulse around him like a second heartbeat, and thought about what tomorrow would bring. He thought about the third-floor corridor. He thought about Dumbledore's twinkling eyes. He thought about Snape's complicated stare. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere out there, diminished but alive. The brother wand humming in Harry's pocket like a tuning fork responding to a distant note. He thought about Kratos, sitting in the cabin in Midgard, perhaps by the fire, perhaps by the lake, perhaps looking up at a sky full of stars that didn't exist in any mortal astronomy. Waiting. Ready? Remember what you are. Harry closed his eyes. His hand found the wolf pendant beneath his shirt, warm against his chest. The blades gleamed on the bedpost. The castle breathed. He slept without dreams. Chapter 3. Blood and Stone. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts began with Peeves the poltergeist dropping a wastebasket on Neville Longbottom's head, and ended with Professor Snape trying to crack him open like an egg. Everything in between was almost boring. He woke before dawn, force of habit, burned into his body by 6 years of Kratos dragging him out of bed while the sky was still dark. The dormitory was silent except for Ron's snoring, which was impressive in both volume and complexity. Harry dressed in the dark, pulled on his training gear beneath his robes, strapped the blades across his back, and slipped out of the tower. The castle was different in the pre-dawn hours. The corridors were empty, the portraits dozing in their frames, the suits of armor standing at their silent posts. Harry moved through the halls with the quiet, deliberate stride Kratos had drilled into him, not sneaking but aware. Mapping every staircase, every junction, every door and window and alcove. He counted paces between landmarks. He noted which corridors had dead ends and which offered multiple exits. He identified the fastest routes between the Gryffindor Tower and the Great Hall, the entrance, the grounds. By the time the sun crested the mountains east of the castle and poured light through the tall windows, Harry had a working mental map of 3 floors and the grounds. Not complete, the castle was enormous and seemed to actively resist being fully understood, but enough to move through confidently. He found the training space he needed on the grounds, behind the greenhouses. A flat stretch of grass, firm but not hard, hidden from the main windows of the castle by a stand of old trees. He drew the blades, felt their familiar weight settle into his hands, and began his morning forms. Strike, turn, channel, release. The blades sang in the cold morning air. Frostlight trailed from their edges in thin blue arcs. Harry moved through the patterns Kratos had built into his muscles over 6 years of relentless practice, each form flowing into the next, speed building, magic threading through his limbs and into the steel. He channeled a shockwave through his right blade, and it cracked the air with a sound like a whip. He drove the left blade into the earth and let the energy pulse outward, cracking the grass in radiating lines. He leaped, twisted, struck at shadows, and the world narrowed to the clean simplicity of the body in motion and the blades describing their arcs. 30 minutes, 40, an hour. His robes were off, thrown over a branch. He was in his training gear, leather and cloth, close-fitting, designed for movement. Sweat ran down his face despite the cold. His breathing was even, controlled, the deep rhythmic intake that Kratos had taught him, each breath fueling the next movement. He was mid-form, a complex sequence involving a spinning double strike with channeled magic extending the blade's range by 3 feet in both directions when he felt someone watching. Harry completed the form before he looked. Never break a sequence, Kratos' rule. The blades came to rest at his sides, frostlight fading, and he turned. Hagrid was standing at the edge of the tree line, a dead rooster hanging from one massive hand, his mouth hanging open. "Blimey," Hagrid said. "Morning." "Harry, what was that you were just?" Hagrid looked at the cracked earth, the still shimmering arcs of frostlight in the air, the blades in Harry's hands. His eyes were huge. "Where'd you learn to do that?" "My father taught me." "Your James didn't." "Not James, Kratos, the man who raised me." Hagrid blinked. He seemed to be processing this, and the processing was slow but thorough. Right, McGonagall mentioned, said you'd been raised by someone, somewhere unusual. Didn't say the somewhere was another ruddy realm or that the someone was training you to be a—" He gestured vaguely at the destruction. "That. A warrior." "Yeah, that." Hagrid shook his massive head. "Your mum would have had something to say about that, I reckon." "Probably, but she's dead and I'm alive, and the training is part of why." It came out harder than Harry intended. Hagrid flinched, not in fear, but in the way a kind person flinches when they brush against someone's pain. His beetle-black eyes softened. "You're right," Hagrid said quietly. "You're right, and I'm sorry. I remember you as a baby, Harry. Tiny thing you were, fit in one hand." He held up the hand that wasn't holding the rooster, and Harry could see how a baby would fit there, cradled in that enormous palm. Hard to square that with this. A gesture at the blades, the cracked ground, Harry's lean, scarred frame. "People grow up, Hagrid." "That they do, that they do." Hagrid shifted the rooster to his other hand. "Well, breakfast's on if you're hungry. Dumbledore likes to see the students eatin' well." Harry pulled his robes back on, sheathed the blades beneath them, and walked up to the castle with Hagrid. The groundskeeper talked the whole way about the Thestrals in the forest, about the giant squid in the lake, about how he'd always wanted a dragon, and Harry listened and catalogued and filed. Hagrid was open, guileless, loyal to a fault. He loved Dumbledore the way a dog loves its master, completely, unquestioningly, with a devotion that could be leveraged. Harry didn't like thinking about it that way, but Kratos had taught him to see how people could be used, because if he could see it, so could his enemies. Breakfast was a loud, chaotic affair. Ron had saved him a seat and was already halfway through a plate of sausages when Harry sat down. Hermione appeared moments later, a stack of books under one arm and a schedule in her hand, vibrating with the kind of energy that suggested she'd been awake for hours and had already read ahead in all their textbooks. "We've got Transfiguration first with McGonagall," Hermione said, scanning the schedule. "Then Charms with Professor Flitwick, then a break, then, History of Magic with Professor Binns." "Binns is a ghost," Ron said through sausage. "Literally a ghost. Died in his sleep in the staff room and just got up and kept teaching. That's commitment." "Or insanity," Harry said. "Could be both." Transfiguration was taught in a large, bright classroom on the first floor. McGonagall stood at the front in her sharp green robes, her pointed hat casting a shadow across a desk that held a single matchstick for each student. She began with a speech about the discipline and danger of Transfiguration that Harry recognized for what it was, a frame-setting exercise, establishing authority and expectations. Kratos did the same thing, but with fewer words and more push-ups. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," McGonagall said. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." Then she turned her desk into a pig and back again, which got everyone's attention. They spent the lesson trying to turn matchsticks into needles. Harry watched the other students, the wand movements, the incantations, the careful focus, and then looked at his own matchstick. He drew his wand. The holly and phoenix feather wand was still an unfamiliar weight in his hand, different from the blades, requiring a different relationship with his magic. Where the blades were conduits for force, the wand was a conduit for precision. Different tools, different purposes. He pointed the wand at the matchstick, and instead of using the incantation McGonagall had prescribed, simply pushed his magic through the wand with a focused image of what he wanted. Change. Become. Needle. The matchstick didn't just become a needle. It became a perfect needle, sharp, silver, gleaming, with an eye so precise you could have threaded it in the dark. It also vibrated slightly, as if the force of the transformation had been more than the small object could comfortably contain. McGonagall, who had been circling the room, stopped at his desk and stared. "Mr. Potter, did you use the incantation? Number the wand movement. Number, then how?" "I told the magic what I wanted and pushed it through the wand." The matchstick agreed. McGonagall picked up the needle. She examined it, turned it over, tapped it with her own wand. Her eyebrows climbed toward her hairline, which for McGonagall was the equivalent of a standing ovation. "This is perfect transfiguration," she said. "Possibly the finest matchstick-to-needle I have seen from a first year in 35 years of teaching." She set the needle down and looked at Harry. "You channeled raw magical intent through the wand without a verbal or somatic component. That is NEWT-level technique. How?" "My magic was trained to follow intent, not words. I don't use incantations. I use will." McGonagall's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "I see. Well, I think we may need to discuss your curriculum, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor." Hermione, who had been trying desperately to get her matchstick to do anything and had so far only managed to make it slightly pointier, looked at Harry with an expression that was exactly half admiration and half competitive fury. Harry knew that expression. Atreus wore it every time Harry landed a hit in sparring. "You didn't even try the proper method," Hermione said after class, her voice caught between accusation and wonder. "The proper method is for people whose magic needs instructions. Mine doesn't. That's not how magic is supposed to work." "Says who?" Hermione opened her mouth, presumably to cite a textbook, and then paused. The competitive fury faded into something more thoughtful. "You're right," she said slowly. "That's actually a very important question. The theoretical framework for incantation-based magic assumes that verbal and somatic components are necessary for spell formation. But if you can achieve the same result through pure intent, then the entire framework is." "Hermione," Ron said. "Breathe." "I'm breathing. I'm just saying that Harry might have accidentally disproved about 400 years of magical theory in his first class, and I think that's worth discussing." "Didn't disprove anything," Harry said. "Just showed there's more than one way to do it. My father would say that a warrior who only knows one technique isn't a warrior, he's a trick." Charms was next, taught by a tiny wizard named Flitwick who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. Flitwick was delighted by Harry, literally, physically delighted, clapping his hands and bouncing on his book stack when Harry demonstrated the levitation charm by pointing his wand at a feather and sending it shooting toward the ceiling hard enough to embed it in the stone. "Extraordinary," Flitwick squeaked. "The intent is perfect, the calibration needs work, but the raw power. Oh, Mr. Potter, we are going to have such fun." Harry spent the rest of the lesson learning to modulate. That was the real lesson of wand magic. He realized not power, which he had in abundance, but control at the fine end of the scale. His training with Kratos had given him exquisite control over large-scale applications of magic, shockwaves, enhanced strikes, combat channeling. But the delicate work, floating a feather instead of launching it like an arrow, transforming a matchstick without overwhelming the material, required a different kind of discipline. Finer, more patient. He liked it. It was like learning a new weapon. Different muscles, different instincts, same underlying principle. Master the tool, don't let the tool master you. History of magic was, as Ron had promised, spectacularly boring. Professor Binns was a ghost who taught entirely through monotone lecture, reading from notes he'd apparently prepared sometime in the previous century. Harry lasted 10 minutes before he tuned out and spent the rest of the class reading ahead in his defense against the dark arts textbook, which was at least about combat. The first week settled into a rhythm. Harry woke before dawn, trained behind the greenhouses, mapped more of the castle, ate breakfast with Ron and Hermione, attended classes, and spent the evenings in the common room or the library. He was building two parallel educations: the formal Hogwarts curriculum, which gave him the theoretical framework and precise applications of structured magic, and his own continuing combat training, which kept his body and instincts sharp. He excelled in transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, where his combat instincts gave him an enormous advantage. He was adequate in herbology and astronomy. He was terrible in history of magic, because Binns could make the apocalypse sound like a filing error. And then there was potions. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, dark, lined with jars of things that floated in murky liquid and stared at you with dead eyes. Harry walked in on Friday morning and felt the atmosphere immediately. The Slytherin students were already seated on one side, the Gryffindors on the other, and the room was divided by something more than a central aisle. There was tension here, old, institutional, baked into the stones. Snape entered like a shadow given purpose. He swept through the door, robes billowing, and crossed to the front of the room without looking at anyone. He turned, and his dark eyes raked across the students, and Harry felt the man's gaze hit him like a targeted strike. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," Snape said. His voice was low, silky, controlled, every word placed with precision. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses." He paused. His eyes found Harry again. "Potter, our new celebrity." The word dripped. Ron stiffened beside Harry. Hermione's hand twitched toward her textbook, an instinctive reach for armor. Harry met Snape's gaze. He'd been waiting for this since the sorting feast, since he'd felt the man's complicated hostility across the Great Hall. Snape was testing him. The opening salvo, the first probe to find weakness. Kratos had taught him about this, how some opponents attacked with words before weapons, how the real battle often happened in the space between a provocation and a response. "Potter," Snape continued, stalking closer, "tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew the answer. He'd read the first-year potions textbook cover to cover, because Kratos had taught him that preparation was the foundation of survival. But he also knew that this wasn't about the answer. This was about dominance. Snape wasn't asking a question, he was establishing a hierarchy. "The draft of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death." Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, the briefest flicker of surprise quickly buried. He'd expected ignorance. He'd expected a fumbling, unprepared celebrity coasting on fame. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar, the stomach of a goat? It's a stone that neutralizes most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also called aconite." Silence. The Slytherins, who had been watching with the eager anticipation of spectators at a blood sport, looked confused. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Snape stared at Harry for a long moment, and the layers of his expression shifted like geological strata: surprise, reassessment, something old and painful moving beneath the surface. "Correct," Snape said. "On all counts." He turned away, robe snapping. 1 point to Gryffindor. A single point for knowing what any student who bothered to open their textbook should know. The lesson proceeded. Snape was, Harry had to admit, a brilliant teacher, demanding, precise, ruthlessly intolerant of sloppiness. He stalked between the cauldrons like a predator circling prey, correcting, criticizing, occasionally destroying a student's work with a wave of his wand when it fell below his standards. He was hardest on the Gryffindors and gentlest on the Slytherins, which was transparent favoritism. But Harry didn't care about fairness. He cared about learning, and he learned. Potions was different from every other form of magic Harry had encountered. It didn't rely on channeling power through the body or a wand. It was external, scientific. The magic was in the ingredients and their interactions, not in the brewer. It required patience, precision, and a kind of analytical thinking that was closer to Hermione's strength than Harry's. But Harry found that the discipline Kratos had taught him, the focus, the attention to sequence, the ability to follow a complex process without deviation, translated surprisingly well. His cure for boils was not perfect, but it was competent, which seemed to irritate Snape more than incompetence would have. "Acceptable," Snape said, looking into Harry's cauldron as if the word physically pained him. He moved on without further comment, which Ron later said was basically a marriage proposal by Snape's standards. The thing that interested Harry most about Snape wasn't the hostility. Hostility he could handle. He'd been trained by a man whose default communication style was aggressive silence punctuated by monosyllabic instructions. What interested him was the pain beneath the hostility. When Snape looked at Harry, he wasn't seeing Harry. He was seeing someone else, someone who triggered a grief so deep it had fossilized into cruelty. Harry had seen that look before in the mirror, during the years before the training had given him something to do with his own pain. He didn't bring it up. He didn't confront it. He simply noted it and moved on, because Kratos had taught him that understanding an opponent's motivation was more valuable than reacting to their behavior. The third-floor corridor came next. Harry didn't stumble into it by accident. He didn't get lost on a wandering midnight stroll. He went looking for it deliberately, 2 weeks into term, because Dumbledore's warning at the feast had been a signpost, and Harry read signposts. He went alone after midnight in his training gear with the blades on his back and a wand in his pocket. The castle was dark and quiet, not empty, because the castle was never truly empty. Ghosts drifted through walls. Portraits murmured in their sleep. The suits of armor creaked and shifted. But the living occupants were in bed and the corridors were clear. Harry moved through the third floor with practiced stealth, his footfalls silent on the stone, his senses stretched wide. The magic in the castle was a constant background hum, old, warm, pervasive, but as he approached the right-hand corridor, something else layered over it. Something sharp, something guarding. The door at the end of the corridor was locked. Harry could feel the magic sealing it. A simple locking charm, surprisingly basic for something that was supposed to contain a threat capable of killing students. He drew his wand, pushed intent through it open, and the lock clicked. He pushed the door open and smelled dog. Not one dog, something much bigger. The room beyond was large and dark, and in the darkness something enormous was breathing. 3 sets of lungs working in staggered rhythm. Harry's eyes adjusted. They were good in the dark, trained by years of pre-dawn runs through Midgard's forests, and he saw it. A dog, 3 heads, each head the size of a small car with jaws that could snap a man in half. It was sleeping, all 3 heads resting on massive paws, and beneath those paws was a trapdoor. Harry stood in the doorway and studied the creature with clinical calm. Cerberus, or something very like it, 3-headed guardian of a threshold. He'd heard stories Kratos had told him about the Greek underworld, about the beasts that guarded the passage between worlds. This one was smaller than the mythological original, but it was still impressive, and it was very clearly guarding whatever was beneath that trapdoor. One of the heads stirred. A nostril twitched. Harry stepped back, closed the door, relocked it, and walked away. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione about it for another week, and when he did, it was because the situation had changed. The change came during a conversation with Hagrid. Harry had taken to visiting Hagrid's hut on the grounds in the late afternoons, when classes were done, and the sun was turning the lake to copper. Hagrid served rock cakes that could legitimately be used as weapons. Harry had considered it, and tea so strong it probably violated several potion safety regulations. And he talked, About Harry's parents, about the forest, about Dumbledore, about everything. Hagrid was a bad secret keeper. Not because he was stupid, he wasn't, but because he was trusting and talkative and assumed the best of everyone. And when he cared about someone, his guard dropped like a drawbridge with a broken chain. "Shouldn't have told you that," became a refrain. Harry heard it after Hagrid mentioned that Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. He heard it after Hagrid let slip that something had been moved from a vault at Gringotts to Hogwarts for safekeeping. He heard it after Hagrid accidentally connected the two pieces of information by going pale and saying, "Never you mind about what's in this castle, Harry. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. I shouldn't have said that." Nicholas Flamel. Harry brought the name to Hermione, who brought it to the library, and within 48 hours she tracked down the answer. Nicholas Flamel was an alchemist, over 600 years old, whose life was sustained by a single artifact, the Philosopher's Stone. A stone that could turn any metal to gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. "That's what's under the trapdoor," Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room. Late on a Tuesday night, the three of them huddled near the dying fire while the rest of the house slept. Hermione's eyes were wide. "Dumbledore is hiding the Philosopher's Stone in a school full of children, behind a three-headed dog and a locked door that a first-year can open." "That's insane," Ron said. "That's actually insane. Why would he keep it here?" "Because someone's trying to steal it," Harry said, "and Dumbledore wants to control where the attempt happens." Ron and Hermione both stared at him. "Think about it," Harry said. "Hagrid said it was moved from Gringotts. Gringotts was broken into earlier this year. I read about it in the Daily Prophet. Someone tried to steal something from a vault, and the vault had been emptied the same day. Dumbledore moved the stone here because he knew someone was after it, and he'd rather the theft be attempted in a place he controls." That's actually quite clever," Hermione said slowly. "It's clever if you don't care about the students between the thief and the stone. Dumbledore put a deadly object in a school and told everyone exactly which corridor it's in. He's not preventing a theft, he's setting a trap." "A trap for who?" Ron asked. Harry thought about this. He thought about the third-floor corridor, the basic lock, the three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. He thought about Dumbledore's twinkling eyes and hidden purposes. "I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out." Hermione said firmly, "we're going to find out." "She's right," Ron said. "We're in this. Though I'd like to register a formal complaint about the giant three-headed dog." "Noted," Harry said. They started paying attention, not just to the stone but to the castle's rhythms, the staff's movements, the subtle currents of power that flowed through Hogwarts like water through an underground river. Hermione attacked the problem from the research angle, spending hours in the library tracking down everything she could find about the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, and the history of alchemical protections. Ron, whose strategic mind was sharper than his grades suggested, mapped the social dynamics, who talked to whom among the staff, which teachers seemed nervous, who was spending unusual amounts of time near the third floor. Harry did what Harry did best. He watched. He watched Snape, who limped into the Great Hall one morning with a badly bandaged leg and murder in his eyes. He watched Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, a twitchy, turban-wearing man who stuttered and smelled of garlic and something else, something beneath the garlic that Harry's trained senses kept snagging on but couldn't quite identify. He watched Dumbledore, who watched everyone, his blue eyes twinkling, his long fingers steepled, the picture of benevolent omniscience. And he watched the turban. There was something wrong with Quirrell's turban. Harry had felt it the first time he sat in the man's classroom, a dull, persistent wrongness that registered as a faint pressure behind his scar. Not pain, exactly. Not yet. But a vibration like the hum of an approaching storm, detectable only if you were listening for it. His scar had been quiet for years. In Midgard, far from the wizarding world, the dark magic embedded in it had been dormant, a splinter too deep to remove, too small to notice most of the time. Here, in a castle saturated with magic, surrounded by the world that Voldemort had tried to conquer, the scar was waking up. Harry didn't hide it, but he didn't announce it either. He noted the correlation, scar prickle in Quirrell's presence and added it to the growing pattern. October brought the troll. It was Halloween night. The great hall was decorated with live bats, floating jack-o'-lanterns, and the kind of festive enthusiasm that British institutions applied to holidays like armor against the darkness outside. The feast was extravagant. Mountains of candy, rivers of pumpkin juice, food piled on food. Harry was sitting between Ron and Hermione, eating roast beef, when the doors of the great hall exploded open and Quirrell ran in, turban askew, face gray, screaming. "Troll, troll in the dungeon!" He staggered to a halt in the center of the hall. "Thought you ought to know." And he collapsed. Chaos, screaming, shoving, students stampeding for the doors. Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the noise. "Silence! Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Harry didn't move. Everyone surged around him toward the doors, a river of panicked bodies, and he sat at the Gryffindor table like a stone in the current, thinking. A troll in the dungeons. On Halloween. The one night of the year when every student and teacher was guaranteed to be in the Great Hall. "Harry, come on." Ron grabbed his arm, then he stopped. "Wait, where's Hermione?" Hermione. She'd left the feast early. Ron had said something stupid about her during charms, a comment about her being a nightmare, delivered with the social grace of a brick through a window, and she'd been crying in the girls' bathroom ever since. The girls' bathroom was on the first floor, not the dungeons. But if someone had let a troll in as a diversion. Harry was on his feet and moving before the thought finished forming. He cut through the crowd, against the flow, ignoring the prefect's shouts. Ron ran after him. "Harry, Harry, what are you? Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She's alone on the first floor." "Oh, number," they ran. Harry moved fast, not combat speed, not yet, but the ground-eating pace Kratos had built into him, a pace that Ron could barely match despite his longer legs. They hit the first floor and Harry smelled it immediately, the rank, swampy stench of something that lived in dark places and didn't wash. He heard it too. Heavy footsteps, the drag of something large against stone, a low, stupid grunt that echoed off the corridor walls. They turned a corner and saw it. The troll was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy, carrying a wooden club the size of a tree trunk. It was shuffling down the corridor toward the girls' bathroom with the mindless intent of something drawn by sound or smell. As they watched, it reached the bathroom door, grunted and smashed through it. Hermione screamed. Harry drew his blades. The sound they made leaving their sheaths was barely a whisper, dark metal against old leather, frostlight igniting along the edges in thin blue lines. Ron, running beside him, actually stumbled when he saw them. Bloody, Harry was through the shattered doorway before Ron finished the word. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks ripped from walls, stalls crushed, water spraying from broken pipes. Hermione was backed against the far wall, soaking wet, eyes huge, her wand in her hand but her body frozen. The paralysis of someone who had read about danger in books and was now face to face with the real thing. The troll raised its club. Harry channeled magic through his legs and launched himself forward. The acceleration was explosive, 0 to lethal in the space between one heartbeat and the next. He crossed the bathroom in a blur of dark robes and frostlight, and his right blade took the troll across the back of the knee in a single, surgical stroke. The cut went deep. Frost magic surged into the wound, and the troll's right leg buckled as ice crystallized through muscle and tendon. The club came down, not on Hermione, but on the empty space where Harry had been a half-second before. It hit the floor hard enough to crack the stone. Harry was already moving. He rolled under the troll's flailing arm, came up on the other side, and drove his left blade into the creature's thigh. More frost, more ice, the troll bellowing in pain and confusion, swinging wildly at a target that was too fast and too low and too close. "Ron, get Hermione out!" Ron scrambled across the wet floor, grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled. She wouldn't move. "Hermione, come on!" The troll swung its club in a wild arc. Harry jumped, straight up, 4 feet off the ground, magic propelling him, and the club passed beneath him, smashing 2 more sinks into porcelain shrapnel. He landed on the troll's outstretched arm and ran up it. The troll's eyes, small, stupid, piggish, crossed as they tried to focus on the small, fast thing that was now standing on its shoulder. Harry looked into those eyes and felt nothing. No fear. No hesitation. This creature was a threat to people he cared about, and threats were met with steel. That was the simplest equation Kratos had ever taught him. He drove both blades into the troll's neck. The frost magic detonated inside the wound. Ice erupted through the troll's throat, crystallizing flesh and blood and bone in an expanding wave. The troll made a sound, a thick, gurgling wheeze, and toppled backward like a felled tree. Harry wrote it down, pulling his blades free as the massive body hit the floor with an impact that shook the walls. The troll was dead before the dust settled. Harry stood over the body, blades dripping, breathing steadily. The bathroom was a wreck, water, debris, blood, and a 12-foot corpse generating a spreading frost pattern across the floor. He flicked the blades clean with a practiced wrist movement and sheathed them. Ron was staring at him. Hermione was staring at him. They were both soaking wet, both pale, both wearing the expression of people who had just watched something happen that they were going to need significant time to process. "You," Ron said slowly, "just killed a troll." "Yes. In about 8 seconds. Felt longer." "It wasn't." Ron looked at the corpse. "Bloody hell." Hermione was shaking. Not with fear, the fear was fading, replaced by something else. She was looking at Harry the way she'd looked at the textbook on her first day, with the intensity of someone encountering something that demanded to be understood. "You were so fast," she whispered. "I couldn't even. You were just there, and then you were there, and the blades were." She stopped, swallowed. "Thank you. Are you hurt?" No, I'm fine. I just..." Running footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall burst through the destroyed doorway, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall's face went through a rapid sequence. Alarm at the destruction, shock at the dead troll, recognition when she saw Harry standing over it with sheathed blades and controlled breathing. "What in the name of..." "Hermione was in the bathroom when the troll came through," Harry said. "Ron and I came to get her. I killed it." "You killed it?" "Yes. You killed a fully grown mountain troll. It wasn't that hard." McGonagall opened her mouth, closed it, looked at the troll, looked at Harry, looked at the troll again. Behind her, Snape was studying the frost patterns on the troll's neck wound with an expression of clinical fascination that was, for once, entirely free of hostility. Quirrell was leaning against the doorframe, looking faint, his turban slightly askew. Harry's scar pulsed. He didn't react, didn't touch it, didn't flinch, but he noted it. Quirrell, the turban. The wrong smell beneath the garlic. The scar's persistent, targeted response. 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said. "Each, for sheer dumb." "No, not dumb." She stopped. She looked at Harry again, and something in her expression shifted from teacher dealing with a crisis to woman recognizing what Kratos had built. "For courage and skill, and for protecting a fellow student. Now go to your dormitory, all of you." They went. Ron was buzzing with adrenaline, replaying the fight in breathless, increasingly exaggerated detail, and then he just jumped like straight up and ran up its arm. Hermione was quiet, processing, her brilliant mind working through the experience and integrating it into her understanding of the world. In the common room, when Ron finally went up to bed, Hermione caught Harry's arm. "You train every morning," she said. "Behind the greenhouses. I've seen you from the library window." "Yes. Would you teach me? Not the blades, I know I'm not, but some of it, the physical part, the awareness." She looked at him, and her eyes were fierce and vulnerable at the same time. "I froze in there, Harry. I had my wand and I knew spells and I froze. I don't want to freeze again." Harry looked at her, this girl who had come into his compartment on a train looking for a lost toad and stayed to argue about magical theory. This girl who had read every book in the library and couldn't use any of it when a troll came through the door. 5 a.m., he said. "Behind the greenhouses. Don't be late." Hermione smiled. It was small, fierce, and absolutely determined. "I won't be." She wasn't. The next morning and every morning after, Hermione was there at 5 a.m., shivering in the cold, wearing borrowed training clothes, ready to learn. Harry taught her what Kratos had taught him, not the blade work, not the magic channeling, but the fundamentals: footwork, awareness, breathing. how to move your body through space with intention, how to fall without breaking, how to take a hit and keep functioning. Hermione was terrible at it initially. She overthought every movement, tried to apply textbook logic to physical instinct, got tangled in her own feet. But she had the same quality Harry had recognized in himself during those first weeks of Kratos' training. She refused to quit. She fell and got up. She failed and tried again. She asked "show me again" with the same dogged persistence Harry had used at age 5, and Harry showed her again, and again, and again. Ron joined them a week later, grumbling about the hour. He was less disciplined than Hermione but more naturally physical, with a scrappy instinct for movement that came from growing up with 5 older brothers. Harry taught them both, and in teaching them, he understood something Kratos had never said explicitly but had demonstrated every day. Teaching makes you better. Explaining why you do something forces you to understand it at a deeper level than simply doing it. November deepened. The castle grew cold. Frost crusted the windows and the lake began to freeze at the edges. Harry trained, studied, watched, and waited. The pattern around the Philosopher's Stone was becoming clearer. Snape was protective, hostile, involved. He limped after encounters near the 3rd floor. He argued with Quirrell in corridors. He watched the turban-wearing professor with a suspicion that mirrored Harry's own. Quirrell was nervous, twitchy, afraid, but afraid of what? Of Snape, of being caught, of something else. Harry's scar pulsed in Quirrell's presence. Every time, without fail. The answer was forming in the back of Harry's mind, taking shape the way a figure takes shape in fog, indistinct at first, then gradually sharper, more defined. He didn't rush it. Kratos had taught him patience. Let the enemy reveal himself. Watch, wait, and when you move, move with certainty. One night in late November, Harry woke from a dream. Green light, a woman's scream, a high, cold laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and something new, a face, not a full face. A fragment pressed against the back of another face, like something trying to push through a mask from the inside. 2 faces, 1 body. Harry sat up in the dark. His scar was burning, not the dull pulse he'd grown used to, but a bright, sharp pain that faded slowly like the afterimage of a fire. Quirrell, the turban, the wrong smell. The face pressed against the back of a face. Something was living on the back of Quirrell's head. Harry lay back down. He stared at the ceiling where moonlight made silver patterns through the window, and he thought about parasites. About dark wizards who feared death so much they'd cling to any form of existence, even as a thing pressed against the back of a weak man's skull. He's here, Harry thought. Voldemort is in this castle. He's been here since the first day. And Dumbledore knows. He has to know. He didn't feel afraid. He felt the clean, cold clarity that came before a fight, the narrowing of focus that Kratos called battle mind. The enemy was here. The enemy was real. And Harry was awake, armed, trained, and ready. He closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. The scar faded to its background hum. Tomorrow he would start preparing, not to hide, not to run, not to play the game Dumbledore was orchestrating with his twinkling eyes and his 3rd-floor trap. To fight. Chapter 4. The Serpent's Tongue. December came to Hogwarts like a siege, slow, cold, and relentless. Snow buried the grounds in white silence. The lake froze solid enough for the giant squid to tap irritably at the ice from below. The castle's ancient heating charms fought a losing battle against drafts that had been finding their way through stone walls for 1,000 years, and students walked the corridors in layers, breath clouding, fingers tucked into sleeves. Harry barely noticed the cold. Midgard winters made Scotland look tropical. He was sitting in the library on a Thursday evening, 3 weeks before the Christmas holidays, with a book on advanced magical theory open in front of him, and his real attention focused entirely on the conversation happening 2 rows over. Snape and Quirrell. They didn't know he was there. Harry had been in the library since dinner, tucked into an alcove behind the restricted section, reading by wandlight. The 2 professors had come in separately, Snape first, moving between the shelves with the predatory grace of a man who knew exactly what he was looking for, and Quirrell 5 minutes later, fidgeting with his turban and radiating anxiety like heat from a forge. "I don't know what means, Severus," You know precisely what I mean. Snape's voice was a blade wrapped in silk. Your little bit of hocus-pocus, I'm waiting. But you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. Don't know what you, very well. We'll have another chat soon when you've had time to decide where your loyalties lie. Footsteps. Snape swept out of the library. Quirrell remained for a moment, and in the silence that followed, Harry heard something that made his skin tighten, a whisper. Not Quirrell's voice. Something thinner, colder, coming from the direction of the turban. He couldn't make out words, but the sibilant quality of the sound was unmistakable, and his scar responded with a sharp, targeted pulse that confirmed what Harry had suspected for weeks. Two voices. One body. Quirrell left. Harry sat in his alcove, book forgotten, and assembled the pieces. Snape knew something was wrong with Quirrell. He was pressuring him, watching him, trying to determine the nature of the threat. That meant Snape wasn't the one trying to steal the stone, or if he was, he had competition he hadn't expected. The limp, the bandaged leg, the arguments in corridors, Snape had been checking the stone's protections. Not to bypass them, but to make sure they held. Snape was guarding the stone, not stealing it, which meant the thief was Quirrell. Or rather, the thing living on the back of Quirrell's head. Harry closed his book and left the library. The corridors were quiet. Most students were in their common rooms, sheltering from the cold. He walked without hurry, his footsteps measured, his mind working through implications. Voldemort was possessing Quirrell. Voldemort wanted the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of life, a way to rebuild a body to return to full power. Dumbledore had placed the stone in the castle behind a series of protections, and he had announced the location of those protections to the entire school. Dumbledore knew Voldemort was here. He was waiting for the attempt. The question was, what was Dumbledore waiting for? Harry thought about this as he walked through the castle, and the answer that kept surfacing was one he didn't like. Dumbledore was waiting for Harry, the boy who lived, the child of prophecy. Dumbledore had designed this entire scenario, the stone, the protections, the announced location, as a test, a crucible. He wanted to see what Harry would do when confronted with Voldemort. He wanted to see if the prophecy was real, if the baby who had survived the killing curse could face the dark wizard again and survive. It was exactly the kind of thing Kratos had warned him about. Kind men with great power and hidden purposes. Dumbledore wasn't evil. Harry didn't think the old man wanted him dead, but Dumbledore was willing to put an 11-year-old in the path of the darkest wizard in history to confirm a prophecy, and he was willing to risk every student in the castle to do it. Harry reached the Gryffindor common room and gave the password to the fat lady. Inside, the fire was burning low, and Ron and Hermione were waiting for him in their usual corner. Ron sprawled in an armchair with a chess set. Hermione curled on the sofa with a book thick enough to stun a troll. Harry sat down and told them everything. The conversation in the library, Snape guarding the stone, Quirrell as the real threat, Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head, Dumbledore's trap. When he finished, Ron was pale and Hermione's book was forgotten in her lap. "You're sure," Hermione said. "About Quirrell, about you-know-who being on his head." "I'm sure. My scar reacts to him every time. It's never reacted to Snape. And I heard a second voice in the library, something speaking from inside the turban. So our defense against the dark arts teacher is being possessed by the darkest wizard in a century, who wants to steal an immortality stone from a school full of children, and the headmaster knows about it and is using the situation as some kind of test." Ron stared at the ceiling. "This is mental. This is absolutely, completely mental." "It is," Harry agreed, "but it's also tactical. Dumbledore controls the environment. He controls the protections. He's the most powerful wizard in Britain. If Voldemort makes a move for the stone, Dumbledore can respond. The question is whether Dumbledore will respond before we have to, or whether he's waiting for me to go through those protections first." "Why would he want that?" Hermione asked, but her voice said she already knew the answer. She was too smart not to see it. "Because of the prophecy. The one McGonagall mentioned, the one Dumbledore won't share. He wants to see if I can face Voldemort. He wants to know what happens when the prophecy child meets the Dark Lord, and he's arranged the entire school year as a controlled experiment to find out." Ron sat up straight. That's sick. It's strategic. It's what a general does. He puts assets in position and waits to see how the battle develops. Dumbledore is fighting a war that most people think is over, and he's using Hogwarts as his staging ground. You sound like you almost respect it. I understand it. That's not the same as respecting it. My father would say that a leader who uses children as soldiers has already lost the war that matters. They were quiet for a moment. The fire crackled. Somewhere above them, someone's cat meowed. So what do? Ron asked. We prepare. We don't go through that trapdoor until we have to, but when we have to, we go through ready, which means we need to know what's down there. Hermione straightened. Research. Research, reconnaissance, and training. Hermione, I need you on the protections. Each teacher contributed something to guard the stone, that's the rumor, and it fits. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, Quirrell, Sprout, and probably Dumbledore again at the end. Figure out what each of them would have created based on their specialties. Hermione's eyes were already distant, cataloging, cross-referencing. Transfiguration challenge from McGonagall, charm-based puzzle from Flitwick, something with plants from Sprout, a potion from Snape. Quirrell's would be defense, probably a creature or a combat test. And Dumbledore's will be the real trap, not physical, not magical, psychological. He'll make it personal. How do you know? Because that's how you test someone's character. You don't test it with monsters, you test it with choices. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that mixed awe with concern. You've thought about this a lot. I've been trained to think about this. My father doesn't believe in accidents. He doesn't believe in coincidence. Everything is a battlefield, and every battlefield has a logic. If you can read the logic, you can win the fight. Yeah, but this isn't. We're 11, Harry. We're supposed to be learning Wingardium Leviosa and worrying about homework, not planning a tactical assault on a trapdoor guarded by a three-headed dog. Harry looked at his friend. Ron's freckled face was open, honest, worried. He was right, they were 11. In any sane world, none of this would be their problem. But the world wasn't sane. A dark wizard had murdered Harry's parents, tried to murder Harry, and was now living on the back of a teacher's skull 20 feet from where they ate breakfast every morning. Sanity had left the building a long time ago. I know, Harry said, and if I could handle this alone, I would, but I can't predict everything, and 2 extra sets of eyes and brains are worth more than any weapon I carry. That's your way of saying you need us. That's my way of saying you're my pack and wolves hunt together. Ron grinned, sudden, bright, reckless. Wolves, right. I'm definitely a wolf. A tall, ginger wolf. You're a wolf with biscuit crumbs on his face, Hermione said, but she was smiling too, and the fear in the room had shifted into something else, purpose, shared and certain, the bond of people who had chosen to face something together. The next 2 weeks were busy. Hermione threw herself into research with the focus of a siege engine. She spent every free hour in the library, pulling books on enchantments, magical creatures, logic puzzles, and the history of the Philosopher's Stone. She compiled notes, organized, cross-referenced, devastatingly thorough, and presented them to Harry and Ron in the common room each evening like a general delivering intelligence reports. Professor Sprout's contribution is almost certainly Devil's Snare, she said on a Tuesday, spreading a diagram across the table. It's her specialty, it's dangerous, and it's neutralized by fire or light. Simple if you know what it is, deadly if you don't. Flitwick will have done something with enchanted keys or objects, she said on a Thursday. He's a charms master, his puzzles won't be about power, they'll be about precision and agility. Snape's will be a logic puzzle using potions, she said on a Saturday. I've been reading his published papers. Yes, he has published papers, and they're actually brilliant, and he believes potions are the most rational branch of magic. His test will reward thinking, not casting. Ron, meanwhile, mapped the social landscape. He had an instinct for people that Harry appreciated, a kind of low-key emotional intelligence that came from being the 6th of 7 children, always watching, always reading the room. Ron tracked the staff's movements, noted who was tense and who was calm, and reported back with the casual precision of someone who didn't realize he was doing intelligence work. Snape's been going to the 3rd floor every night after dinner, Ron said. He takes a different route each time but always ends up at that corridor. He checks the door and leaves. Quirrell's been getting worse, Ron said a week later. More jumpy, more stuttering. And he stopped eating in the Great Hall, takes his meals in his office. Dumbledore left the castle yesterday, Ron said on a cold Friday. Saw him from the astronomy tower. He apparated from the gates. Didn't come back until after midnight. Harry absorbed it all. The picture was getting clearer. Quirrell was working up the nerve to make his move. Snape was watching him, waiting for the attempt. And Dumbledore was playing a longer game, one that involved being absent at the right moment, creating a window, giving the pieces room to move. Harry trained harder. The morning sessions behind the greenhouses intensified, longer forms, faster transitions, deeper channeling. He pushed his magic into new applications, testing the limits of what he could do with the wand in combination with his blades. He discovered that he could use the wand to cast precise spells while simultaneously channeling combat magic through the blades, dual wielding in a sense, using two different magical frameworks at the same time. It was draining, but it gave him options that neither system alone could provide. Hermione kept up with the morning training, and she was improving. Not fast, not dramatically, but steadily. Her footwork was cleaner. Her reactions were sharper. She'd stopped freezing when Harry threw practice hexes at her, and she'd started returning fire, tentatively at first, then with increasing accuracy and a competitive gleam that reminded Harry of Atreus. Ron trained too, though he complained about the cold, the hour, the exercise, the cold again, and the fact that Harry made everything look easy. But he showed up every morning, which was the only thing that mattered. Christmas approached. The castle decorated itself with the enthusiasm of an institution that had been doing Christmas for 1,000 years and still wasn't tired of it. Enormous trees appeared in the Great Hall, dripping with enchanted ornaments. Suits of armor sang carols badly. Hagrid dragged trees in from the forest, each one bigger than the last, and Flitwick decorated them with real fairies who seemed ambivalent about their role. Ron and Hermione were both going home for the holidays. Harry was not. "Come to the Burrow," Ron said for the 4th time on the last day of term. "Mum would love it. She's already knitted you a sweater." "She knitted me a sweater and she's never met me. She knits sweaters for everyone. It's her love language." "Please come. It'll be brilliant. Mum's cooking, Dad's weird muggle stuff, Fred and George trying to blow things up. I need to stay." Ron's face fell. He understood why, even if he didn't like it. With most of the students gone, the castle would be nearly empty. If Quirrell was going to make a move, the holidays were the most likely time. Fewer witnesses, fewer obstacles, and Dumbledore, Harry had checked, was leaving the castle for part of the break. "I don't like you being here alone," Hermione said, her bag packed, her face tight with worry. "I'm not alone. I've got the blades, the wand, and a 3-headed dog between me and the stone." "That's not what I meant." Harry looked at her, and for a moment the warrior dropped away and he was just a boy saying goodbye to his friends. "I know, I'll be careful. That's what people say right before they're not careful. Then I'll be dangerous instead." Hermione hugged him, quick, fierce, unexpected. Harry went rigid for a fraction of a second, the old reflex surfacing before the new patterns caught it, and then he relaxed and returned the hug. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. They left, and Harry stood in the entrance hall and watched them go, and the castle felt larger and emptier and colder with them gone. Christmas morning brought 2 surprises. The first was a pile of gifts at the foot of his bed, the first Christmas gifts Harry had ever received, unless you counted the year Atreus had wrapped a particularly good throwing rock in a leaf and presented it with ceremony. There was Mrs. Weasley's sweater, green and warm and hand-knitted with obvious care. There was a box of chocolate frogs from Ron. There was a book from Hermione, Advanced Magical Theory, Beyond the Wand, with a note that said, "You might already know everything in here, but I doubt it." There was a small wooden flute from Hagrid, hand-carved. And there were the gifts he'd expected, a runestone from Atreus, carved with protection sigils and warmth charms, and a leather bracer from Kratos, plain and unadorned, sized precisely for Harry's left forearm. There was no note. Kratos didn't do notes. The bracer said everything: "I made this for you. It will protect you. I am thinking of you." Harry strapped it on and it felt like home. The second surprise was the package. It was wrapped in silver paper light with a note in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry unwrapped it. Fabric spilled out, shimmering fluid the color of mercury and moonlight. He held it up and his hand vanished. His arm vanished. The fabric was an invisibility cloak, he'd read about them, and when he swung it around his shoulders, his entire body disappeared. He stood in front of the dormitory mirror and saw nothing. Your father left this. James Potter's cloak. An heirloom passed down, arriving now on this particular Christmas, at this particular moment, wrapped in anonymous generosity that smelled to Harry's trained instincts like Dumbledore. Another chess piece moved into position. Another tool provided at the opportune moment. Dumbledore was arming him, not with weapons, with opportunity. The cloak would let Harry move unseen through the castle. It would let him reach the third-floor corridor without detection. It would let him descend through the trapdoor and face whatever was below. Dumbledore was handing Harry the key and trusting him to find the door. Harry folded the cloak carefully and stowed it in his trunk. He would use it. Not because Dumbledore wanted him to, but because it was a genuinely useful tool, and refusing to use a tool because of where it came from was stupid. Kratos had taken weapons from the gods he'd killed. The origin of a tool mattered less than the hand that wielded it. That night, he used the cloak. Not for the third-floor corridor. Not yet. He had something else in mind. The castle after midnight was a different creature. The magic was deeper, older, less constrained by the daytime bustle of students and staff. Harry moved through the corridors like a ghost, invisible beneath the cloak, his footsteps silent, his senses wide open. He was exploring not the mapped areas, the classrooms and common rooms and great halls, but the hidden spaces, the rooms behind rooms. The doors that didn't open unless you asked them correctly. He found the mirror on the fourth floor, in an unused classroom thick with dust and the smell of old wood. It was tall, easily 8 feet, with an ornate gold frame carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. The inscription across the top read, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry read it backward without thinking. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stepped in front of the mirror and the breath went out of him. Kratos stood behind him. Not the real Kratos, a reflection, a wish, an image drawn from the deepest part of Harry's heart. The ghost of Sparta, massive and scarred and unbowed, his hand on Harry's shoulder. And beside Kratos, Atreus, bow slung across his back, grinning with reckless warmth. And behind them, a woman with red hair and green eyes. His green eyes. She was smiling at him with a love so vast and unconditional that it hit Harry like a physical force, pushing against the walls he'd built around the raw, unarmored parts of himself. And beside her, a man with messy black hair and glasses and a face that was Harry's face, older and laughing. His parents, all of them together, both families, the one he'd lost and the one he'd found. Standing together in the mirror as if this were possible, as if this were real, as if the universe could be kind enough to give him all of it at once. Harry stared at the mirror for a long time. He let himself feel it, the wanting, the grief, the love that didn't have anywhere to go. He let the tears come because he was alone and it was dark and even warriors trained by gods were allowed to weep for the things they couldn't have. Then he breathed, in, out, the way Kratos had taught him, acknowledged the feeling, let it exist, then decide what to do with it. The mirror showed him his heart's desire. His heart desired his family, all of it, whole and together. That desire was real and it was valid and it would never go away. But it was also a trap if you let it be. A thing to stare at instead of act. A beautiful prison of what if and if only that would hold you in front of a mirror until your life went by unlived. Harry stepped back from the mirror. I see you, he said to the images, to his mother, his father, to Kratos and Atreus. I see all of you, and I'll carry you with me, but I'm not going to stand here and wish. He turned and walked out of the room without looking back. In the corridor, invisible beneath the cloak, he paused. His scar was humming. Not painfully, more like a tuning fork that had been struck lightly. He focused on the sensation, tracing it, and realized it was directional. The humming was stronger when he faced a particular direction. Down, toward the dungeons, toward the part of the castle where Quirrell kept his office. Voldemort was awake tonight, restless, hungry. Harry filed it away and returned to the tower. The holidays passed. Harry trained, explored, and waited. He spent long hours in the library, reading everything he could find about Voldemort, the rise, the war, the ideology, the methods. The picture that emerged was clearer and more disturbing than any single account suggested. Tom Marvolo Riddle, half-blood, raised in a Muggle orphanage. Hogwarts student, brilliant, charismatic, secretly building a following from his school years onward. He'd changed his name, rewritten his history, assembled an army of pure-blood supremacists, and launched a campaign of terror that had brought wizarding Britain to its knees. What interested Harry most wasn't the power or the politics, it was the fear. Voldemort feared death above all things. Everything he'd done, the murders, the war, the hunt for the Philosopher's Stone, was driven by a desperate, obsessive need to escape mortality. He'd torn the wizarding world apart because he was afraid to die. Harry thought about that. He thought about Kratos, who had died, literally died in Hades and clawed his way back. He thought about the old gods of the Greek pantheon, who had been immortal and still lived in terror of their own endings. Immortality didn't cure fear. It amplified it. The more you had to lose, the more afraid you became. Voldemort was, at his core, a terrified man with too much power. That didn't make him less dangerous. Terrified things with power were the most dangerous things in any world. But it made him understandable, and understanding was the first step toward defeating. Ron and Hermione returned after New Year, both of them slightly tanned, Ron, and extensively read-up, Hermione. Harry told them about the invisibility cloak, the mirror of Arist, and the directional pull of his scar toward Quirrell's quarters. He did not tell them about his parents in the mirror. Some things were his alone. January was cold and dark and productive. Harry continued to refine his dual-wielding technique, wand magic and blade magic simultaneously, each hand operating on a different magical frequency. He could now cast a shield charm with his wand while channeling a frost-enhanced strike through his blade, which gave him offense and defense at the same time. He could use the wand to unlock doors, disarm opponents, and cast precise utility spells, while the blades handled everything that required raw, devastating force. Hermione's morning training was paying dividends. She developed a quick, efficient dueling style that prioritized positioning and spell selection over raw power. She wasn't a warrior. She'd never be a warrior in the way Harry was, but she was becoming something potentially more dangerous, a tactician who could fight. She thought 3 moves ahead, chose her spells for maximum tactical impact, and used the battlefield awareness Harry had taught her to stay out of trouble while putting her opponents into it. Ron was developing differently. His physical training had improved his reflexes and coordination, but his real strength was emerging in a different arena: chess. Ron was a chess genius. Harry had known this since their first game, which Ron had won in 11 moves, and that strategic brilliance was beginning to translate into real-world tactical thinking. Ron could look at a situation and see the patterns, the possibilities, the sequences of move and countermove that led to victory or defeat. He couldn't fight like Harry or research like Hermione, but he could think like a general, and that was worth more than either. The 3 of them were becoming something. Not just friends, a unit, a team with complementary skills and absolute trust, forged in morning training sessions and late-night strategy talks, and the shared knowledge that something was coming and they needed to be ready for it. February brought a new development. Harry was in the library when it happened. He'd gone to find a book on protective enchantments and had ended up in a secluded corner near the back, surrounded by shelves of obscure texts. A small snake, a garden snake probably drawn inside by the warmth of the castle's heating charms, was curled on the windowsill, basking in a thin beam of winter sunlight. Harry saw it and stopped. The snake raised its head, tongue flickering, and their eyes met. the snake said. Warm here, good. Harry heard the words. Not sounds interpreted as words, actual words with meaning and inflection spoken in a language that flowed through his mind like water. He understood the snake the way he understood English, the way he understood the old Norse Kratos had taught him. Yes, Harry said, the castle is warm. The snake's head tilted. You speak, speaker, not many speakers. I didn't know I could. Always could, born with it, old gift, very old. Harry stared at the snake. He was speaking a different language. He could feel it in his mouth, in his throat, a different shape to the sounds, sibilant and flowing. Parcel tongue, the language of serpents. He'd read about it. It was rare. It was associated with dark wizards. It was associated with Salazar Slytherin. It was associated with Voldemort. Harry sat on the windowsill next to the snake and thought about this for a long time. The snake, unbothered by the silence, coiled itself into a comfortable position and went back to basking. The logical inference was clear. The scar. The connection. Voldemort had marked Harry that night, and the mark went deeper than skin. It carried something of the dark wizard's abilities. Parseltongue was one of them. The question was whether Harry should care. He decided he shouldn't. A language was a tool, like a wand, like a blade, like magic itself. The tool didn't determine the user's character. The user determined the tool's purpose. Voldemort spoke Parseltongue and used it for terror. Harry could speak Parseltongue and use it however he wanted. The ability didn't make him dark any more than carrying blades made him a murderer. He didn't hide it. That was the key decision, and he made it instantly, without deliberation, because Kratos had taught him that hiding what you were was the first step toward being controlled by other people's expectations. If he concealed Parseltongue, he gave it power over him, the power of a secret, the fear of discovery. If he simply acknowledged it, it became what it was, one more thing he could do. The test came a week later in the Great Hall during lunch. A snake, larger than the garden snake, probably one of the ones the Slytherin students kept as pets, had gotten loose and was slithering across the floor between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. Students were pulling their feet up, shrieking, pointing. Neville looked like he might faint. One of the older students drew a wand to blast it. Harry stood up, walked to the snake, crouched and spoke. "Stop, you're frightening them." The snake halted. It looked up at Harry, tongue flickering. "Didn't mean to, looking for warmth. Floor is cold." "I know, but these are not the people to startle. Come here." Harry held out his hand. The snake wound up his arm and coiled around his wrist, its scales cool and smooth. Harry straightened and looked around. The Great Hall was silent. Every eye was on him. The expressions ranged from shock to horror to fascination to raw, undisguised fear. Harry could feel the weight of it, 1,000 years of stigma, of association between Parseltongue and dark magic, pressing against him from every direction. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's face was a study in conflicting emotions. Surprise, calculation, something that might have been grudging respect. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore watched with his usual benign attention, but his eyes were sharper than usual. McGonagall's face was carefully blank. Snape's was unreadable. "He was lost," Harry said in English, his voice carrying across the silent hall. "He's cold. Does he belong to anyone?" A Slytherin fourth year raised a tentative hand. Harry walked to the Slytherin table and deposited the snake on it. The serpent unwound from his wrist and slithered toward its owner, who looked at Harry as if he'd grown a second head. Harry turned and walked back to his seat. The silence followed him like a wake behind a ship. He sat down between Ron and Hermione and picked up his fork. "So," Ron said very quietly, "you speak snake." "Apparently." "Since when?" "Probably always, just never met a snake before. You know that's people are going to freak out about that, right? Parseltongue is, it's Slytherin's thing, it's you-know-who's thing. It's also my thing now, I'm not going to apologize for it." Hermione had been watching the hall's reaction with analytical intensity. "The stigma is irrational," she said. "Parseltongue is a linguistic ability, not a moral characteristic. Saying someone is evil because they speak to snakes is like saying someone is evil because they have red hair." "Oi," Ron said. "You know what I mean." The fallout was predictable. Within hours, the entire school knew that Harry Potter was a Parselmouth. The reaction split along predictable lines. The Gryffindors were uneasy but loyal, the Ravenclaws were curious, the Hufflepuffs were frightened, and the Slytherins were fascinated in a way that Harry didn't entirely like. Whispers followed him in the corridors. People who had been eager to befriend the boy who lived now edged away when he passed. Harry let them. He walked through the whispers and the stairs with the same steady, unblinking calm he'd walked through every challenge Kratos had ever set him. He did not explain himself. He did not justify. He did not shrink. He was what he was, and anyone who had a problem with it could take it up with the Blades. Draco Malfoy took it up with something else. Malfoy had been circling Harry since the beginning of term, testing, probing, trying to establish a relationship. He'd approached Harry on the first day in the corridor, flanked by his two oversized shadows Crabbe and Goyle, and offered a handshake. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, I can help you, Potter. Some wizarding families are better than others. I can tell you which ones are worth knowing." Harry had looked at the extended hand, then at Malfoy's face, pale, pointed, wearing the confidence of inherited wealth like a tailored suit. Behind the confidence, something else. A boy performing a role he'd been taught since birth, playing at being his father, the seams showing if you knew where to look. "I can figure out who's worth knowing on my own," Harry had said. "Thanks." The handshake hung in the air. Harry turned and walked away. The refusal had calcified into resentment, and the Parseltongue revelation gave the resentment a new edge. It happened in the courtyard on a cold February afternoon. Harry was crossing the open space between the castle and the greenhouses, heading for his training spot, when Malfoy stepped out from behind a pillar with Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter!" Harry stopped. He didn't tense. He didn't reach for his blades. He just stopped, the way a wolf stops when it scents something on the wind, alert, patient, unafraid. "Malfoy, Parseltongue." Malfoy was trying for casual and landing somewhere around performative. "That's a Slytherin gift, wasted on a Gryffindor. It's not a gift, it's an ability, and abilities aren't wasted, they're used. My father says Parselmouths have always been. I don't care what your father says." The words were flat, unbothered, and absolutely final. Malfoy's mouth snapped shut. He went pink, then red, and for a moment the mask slipped and the boy underneath was visible, hurt, confused, angry at being dismissed so completely. "You think you're better than everyone," Malfoy said. "Walking around with those weapons, acting like you're too good for. I don't think I'm better than everyone. I don't think about you at all, Malfoy. That's what bothers you." Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward. They were big, significantly bigger than Harry, with the thick, dull menace of boys who had learned early that size was a substitute for intelligence. Harry looked at them with the calm assessment of someone who had killed Draugr at 9 and a mountain troll at 11, and was not, under any circumstances, impressed by two over 12-year-olds. "Tell them to step back," Harry said. "Or what? Or they'll learn something they won't enjoy." There was no threat in his voice, no anger, just a statement of fact, delivered with the quiet certainty of someone who had the ability to back it up and didn't need to prove it. Crabbe and Goyle, who were not intelligent but had functional survival instincts, hesitated. Something in Harry's stillness, in the way he stood, balanced, centered, his weight distributed for immediate movement, triggered the deep, animal part of their brains that recognized a predator. They stepped back. Malfoy looked at Harry. The anger was still there, but it was mixed with something else now, the beginning of understanding. Malfoy was not stupid. He was a product of his upbringing, performing the role his father had scripted for him, but beneath the script there was a sharp, adaptive mind that was starting to recognize that the script wasn't working. "This isn't over, Potter." "It hasn't started, Malfoy, and it doesn't need to. We can be irrelevant to each other. That's the easiest option for both of us." Harry walked past them and continued to his training spot. He didn't look back. Behind him, he could feel Malfoy's gaze, confused, resentful, and very slightly respectful. March came, and with it, the acceleration. Hagrid was the key, as Harry had suspected he would be. Not because Hagrid was involved in the conspiracy. Hagrid was categorically incapable of conspiracy, but because Hagrid talked. And what Hagrid talked about, under the right circumstances, was everything he shouldn't. Harry visited Hagrid's hut on a Saturday afternoon, bringing Ron and Hermione. They drank terrible tea and ate rock cakes that could have been classified as building materials, and Harry steered the conversation with the subtle persistence Kratos had taught him, not interrogation but guidance. A question here, a prompt there, a show of interest that invited elaboration. Hagrid, Harry said, the three-headed dog on the third floor. Where did you get it? Fluffy. Bought him off a Greek chappie in a pub last year. Lent him to Dumbledore to guard the— Hagrid stopped, his face flushed. I shouldn't have said that. Guard the stone, Harry finished. We know about the stone, Hagrid, and we know about the protections. How do you know I'm not saying another word. Hagrid, someone is trying to steal the stone. We think it's Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, don't be ridiculous, he's a teacher. He's a bit useless to be honest, but he's not. We think Voldemort is possessing him. Hagrid went pale. Actually pale, which on a man his size was like watching a building change color. Don't say that name. Voldemort is a name, Hagrid. It doesn't have power. You sound like Dumbledore. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He knows Voldemort is in the castle. He placed the stone here to draw him out. And the protections, each teacher contributed one. We need to know how to get past them. I'm not helping you get past, Hagrid. Harry leaned forward. He held the big man's eyes with the same steady, unblinking focus he used in training, in combat, in every moment that mattered. We are not doing this for adventure. We are not doing this because we're bored. Someone in this castle is serving Voldemort, and they are going to make a move for that stone. When they do, if Dumbledore isn't here to stop it, someone else will have to. I need to know what I'm walking into. Hagrid looked at Harry for a long time. His beetle-black eyes were wet. He was seeing the baby he'd carried from the ruins of Godric's Hollow, seeing that baby overlaid with this lean, sharp-eyed boy who carried blades and spoke with the quiet authority of someone far older than 11. Fluffy falls asleep when he hears music, Hagrid said. His voice was rough. Play him a bit of something and he's out like a light. What else is down there? I don't know all of it, just bits and pieces. Sprout did something with Devil's Snare, fire'll kill it. Flitwick enchanted some keys to fly, you gotta catch the right one. McGonagall transfigured a giant chess set, you have to play across it to get through. Snape did a logic puzzle with potions. And Dumbledore, I don't know what Dumbledore did. Nobody does. Harry nodded. It matched Hermione's predictions almost exactly. He looked at Ron. The chess set. Ron's face went through several stages: fear, excitement, determination, and settled on the grim, focused expression of a boy who had just been told that his particular genius was about to matter more than it ever had. Giant chess, Ron said. Right. I'll need to know the board size, the piece types, and whether they play standard rules or some magical variant. I don't know the details, Hagrid said, just that it's big and it's mean. Big and mean I can handle. I beat Fred and George's enchanted chess set when I was 7 and those pieces threw actual punches. This is bigger than that. Then I'll think bigger. They left Hagrid's hut with the final pieces of the puzzle. Harry stood in the cold March wind, looking up at the castle, and felt the familiar pre-battle clarity settling over him. The enemy was known. The battlefield was mapped. The team was ready. All that remained was the timing. It came sooner than expected. 3 days later, Harry woke at 2 in the morning with his scar on fire. Not the background hum, not the directional pulse. Fire, white-hot, blinding, the worst it had ever been. He bit down on a scream and pressed his palm against the scar, breathing through the pain the way Kratos had taught him, riding it like a wave instead of fighting it. When it passed, he was drenched in sweat and his vision was blurred. But through the pain, he'd felt something, a surge of dark, triumphant energy from the direction of the dungeons. Voldemort, excited, eager, something had changed. Something had given Quirrell what he needed. Harry got out of bed, dressed in the dark, strapped on his blades, pocketed his wand, and threw the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Then he woke Ron and Hermione. It's tonight, he said, or soon. Something shifted. Quirrell is ready to move. How do you know? Hermione asked, pulling on her shoes with shaking hands. I felt it through the scar. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's intelligence, and it's reliable. What's the plan? Ron asked. He was pale but steady, his chess player's mind already running scenarios. We watch, we wait. If Quirrell moves tonight, we follow. If not tonight, then we're ready for when he does. But I don't think he's going to wait much longer. They didn't go to the third floor that night. Harry spent the remaining dark hours invisible near Quirrell's office, watching, listening. The professor didn't emerge, but Harry could hear the whispering through the door, two voices in dialogue, one stammering and afraid, the other cold and commanding. The snake language came in fragments. Harry pressed close to the door, invisible, and let his Parseltongue ears work. The old man leaves. The stone. Soon. Master, the protections are nothing. The dog, Severus's potion, I know them all. Only Dumbledore's final protection. But the boy. What about the boy? Bring me the boy. Or bring me the stone. I care not which. Both will serve. Harry pulled back from the door. His scar was throbbing in time with the cold voice, each pulse a confirmation of what he already knew. Voldemort wanted the stone. Voldemort wanted Harry. Both were paths to the same destination: survival, power, return. He went back to the tower and told Ron and Hermione what he'd heard. They sat in the empty common room, the fire dead, the windows dark, and planned. Dumbledore will leave, Harry said. That's the trigger. When Dumbledore leaves the castle, Quirrell will make his move. How do we know when Dumbledore leaves? Ron asked. We watch, same way we've been watching. Hermione, can you track the teacher's movements with a modified point-me charm? I can try. I'd need to key it to Dumbledore's magical signature, which I don't have, but I could. The lemon drops. What? Dumbledore eats lemon drops constantly. They'll carry traces of his magical signature. Get one, key the charm to it. Hermione stared at him. That's brilliant. That's paranoia, Ron said. But brilliant paranoia. All paranoia is brilliant when it turns out to be justified, Harry said. Get some sleep. We're going to need it. They went to bed. Harry lay in the dark, feeling the castle breathe around him, his hand on the hilt of his blade, the wolf pendant warm against his chest. Outside, the wind pushed against the tower windows, and somewhere in the depths of the castle, a dark wizard whispered to his servant, and the philosopher's stone waited behind its protections, and Dumbledore's great game moved toward its climax. Harry closed his eyes. He wasn't afraid. He had never been less afraid. He was ready. Chapter 5. No kings, no gods. The owl came on a Tuesday. Harry was eating breakfast in the great hall when the morning post arrived in the usual avalanche of wings and dropped parcels. A small brown owl he didn't recognize landed on his plate, knocked over his pumpkin juice, and stuck out its leg with the harried urgency of a creature that had flown a very long way very fast. The message was written on rough parchment in handwriting Harry didn't recognize. Dumbledore has been called to the ministry. Urgent business. He left at dawn. He will not return before midnight. No signature. Harry read it twice, folded it, and looked at Ron and Hermione. Today, he said. Ron set down his fork. Hermione closed her book. Neither of them asked how he knew. They'd spent enough time with Harry to recognize the shift, the way his posture changed, the way his eyes sharpened, the way the air around him seemed to tighten like a bowstring being drawn. Battle mind. The thing Kratos had built into him so deep it was part of his operating system. The note could be a trap, Hermione said. Someone wants us to go tonight. Someone wants us to know Dumbledore is gone. That's not the same thing. The trap was always the third-floor corridor. This is just the starting gun. Who sent it doesn't matter. What matters is whether it's true. Harry looked toward the teacher's table. Dumbledore's chair was empty. McGonagall sat in her usual place, her face tighter than normal, her eyes scanning the hall with the watchful alertness of a deputy who'd been left in charge and knew exactly why. Dumbledore was gone. Harry checked the other chairs. Snape was present, eating with the mechanical joylessness of a man who viewed food as a biological necessity rather than a pleasure. Quirrell was not present. His chair was empty, his plate untouched. Quirrell's not here, Ron said, following Harry's gaze. Number he's not. They looked at each other across the table. 3 11-year-olds with a troll kill, a 3-headed dog, and the darkest wizard in a century standing between them and a normal Tuesday. After dinner, Harry said. We go after dinner. That gives us the whole evening before Dumbledore gets back. If Quirrell hasn't moved by then, we move first. And if he's already gone through, Hermione asked. Then we follow him down. The day was interminable. Harry attended classes with the surface patience of a man sitting through a briefing before a battle. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic. Each one crawled past while his mind ran scenarios, mapped contingencies, reviewed everything they knew about the protections. He caught Hermione doing the same thing, her quill moving across parchment in what looked like notes but was actually a checklist of spells she might need. Ron spent history of magic staring at a piece of parchment on which he'd drawn a chess grid, his fingers moving invisible pieces across the squares. Snape watched Harry in potions that afternoon. Not the usual hostile observation, something different. His black eyes tracked Harry with an intensity that bordered on concern, and twice he opened his mouth as if to say something and then closed it again. Harry filed it away. Snape knew something was coming. Snape had been watching Quirrell all year. The question was whether Snape would act on his own or wait for Dumbledore's direction. After potions, as the students filed out, Snape's voice cut through the noise. "Potter, stay." Ron and Hermione hesitated at the door. Harry nodded them on and turned to face Snape across the dungeon classroom. The torches flickered, casting moving shadows across the walls of pickled specimens and bottled nightmares. Snape stood behind his desk, arms folded, his face its usual mask of sharp angles and guarded hostility. But something was different today. The hostility was there, but it was fighting with something else, something that kept trying to surface and being pushed back down. "You've been watching Quirrell," Snape said. It wasn't a question. Harry didn't treat it like one. "Yes, you know what he is. I know what's living on the back of his head, if that's what you're asking." Snape's composure cracked for a fraction of a second. His eyes widened, then narrowed, then settled into something that was almost respect. "How long have you known?" "Since September. The scar reacts to him. I heard the second voice in his office. I put it together. And you told no one." "I told the people who needed to know. Your little friends." "My team." Snape stared at him. The torchlight made his face a study in contradictions. The hooked nose casting shadows. The dark eyes burning with an intensity that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with someone Harry had never met. "Your mother," Snape said, and the word came out like it had been pulled from him by force, "had the same eyes, the exact same shade of green. She was the brightest witch of her age, and she threw herself in front of a killing curse for you without hesitation." Harry said nothing. He waited. "I knew her before Hogwarts. We grew up in the same neighborhood. She was the first person who was ever kind to me." Snape's voice was controlled, precise, each word measured out like a potion ingredient. "I made choices that drove her away. I joined people I should not have joined. I believed things I should not have believed. And when those beliefs led to her death, He stopped. His jaw worked. The mask was slipping, and what was underneath was raw and old and bleeding. "I owe her a debt that I can never repay, but I have spent the last 10 years trying, every day. Every interaction with Dumbledore, every year in this castle, every moment I spend watching over her son and failing to see anything but his father's face." Harry understood. In a single, clarifying rush, he understood everything about Snape, the hostility, the pain, the complicated grief that had curdled into cruelty because it had nowhere else to go. Snape had loved his mother. Snape had lost her. Snape had spent a decade punishing himself and everyone around him for that loss, and he'd looked at Harry and seen James Potter's face and Lily Evans's eyes, and it had broken something in him every single time. "You've been protecting me," Harry said. "I have been protecting her memory. You are incidental." "That's a lie, but I'll let you have it." Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, the faintest ghost of a smile that died before it reached his mouth. "Quirrell will move tonight," Snape said. "Dumbledore is gone. The Dark Lord has been growing stronger. I can feel it through the mark." He touched his left forearm involuntarily. "I will do what I can, but I am constrained. Dumbledore's instructions are to watch and report, not to intervene. Dumbledore wants me to go through the trapdoor. Dumbledore believes the prophecy requires it. He is not wrong about the prophecy. He may be wrong about everything else." "What does the prophecy say?" Snape hesitated. The internal war played out across his face, loyalty to Dumbledore, the habit of secrecy, and something newer, something that looked at Harry and saw not a chess piece but a child walking into danger. "Neither can live while the other survives," Snape said quietly. "That is the line that matters. The Dark Lord and the boy who lived, bound together. One must ultimately destroy the other." The words settled into Harry like stones dropping into deep water. Neither can live while the other survives. A death sentence wrapped in prophecy, aimed at both of them. Harry thought about what Kratos had said by the lake. "I have broken prophecies before." He thought about the mirror of Erist and the desire it had shown him, not power, not glory, but family, whole and together. He thought about Voldemort, terrified of death, clinging to existence through possession and parasitism, and the desperate hunt for immortality. "Then I'll end it," Harry said. "Not because the prophecy says so, because he killed my parents and he's going to keep killing until someone stops him. You are 11 years old. I killed a mountain troll 3 months ago. Age is just a number that tells you how long someone's been alive. It doesn't tell you what they can do." Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then he reached into his desk and produced a small glass vial filled with a shimmering golden liquid. "Strengthening solution," Snape said. "Drink it before you go through the trapdoor. It will sustain your body and your magic for approximately 4 hours. After that, the crash will be significant, so finish quickly." Harry took the vial. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Come back alive. Your mother didn't die so you could throw yourself away." Harry put the vial in his pocket and left the dungeon. In the corridor, Ron and Hermione were waiting, their faces tight with questions. Harry shook his head later, and they fell into step beside him, 3 abreast, moving through the castle with the synchronized purpose of people who had trained together and planned together and were now, finally, about to act. They ate dinner in the Great Hall. Harry ate steadily, fueling his body, watching the room. McGonagall was tense. Snape was gone, probably checking the third-floor protections one last time. Quirrell's chair was still empty. "He's already gone through," Ron said, barely moving his lips. "Or he's going now while everyone's at dinner." Harry set down his fork. "We move." They left the Great Hall separately, Harry first, Ron 2 minutes later, Hermione 2 minutes after that. They met in the second-floor corridor away from the main traffic. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over all 3 of them. It was a tight fit, their ankles showing, but it was enough for the empty corridors between here and the 3rd floor. They moved fast. Up the stairs, through the corridors, past the sleeping portraits and the watchful suits of armor. Harry's senses were stretched to their limits, cataloging every sound, every shadow, every shift in the castle's magical field. The magic was agitated tonight. He could feel it in the walls, in the floors, a subtle vibration like the castle itself knew something was happening. The 3rd-floor corridor, the locked door. Harry drew his wand and pushed intent through it open, and the lock clicked. He pushed the door open. Fluffy was awake. All 3 heads turned toward the door, 6 eyes focusing, 3 mouths opening to reveal teeth the size of Harry's forearm. A deep, resonant growl filled the room, building in volume and menace. There was a harp in the corner, self-playing, enchanted but silent, its strings still. Someone had come through here and used music to put Fluffy to sleep, but the enchantment had worn off. "The flute," Harry said. "Hagrid's flute." Hermione pulled it from her pocket. She'd been carrying it since they'd learned about Fluffy's weakness, because Hermione believed in preparedness the way other people believed in gravity. She put it to her lips and played. The sound was simple, breathy, a gentle melody that Hagrid had probably played to Fluffy himself. The effect was immediate. The growling stopped. The 6 eyes blinked, drooped, and closed. 3 massive heads sank to the floor, and within 30 seconds, the room was filled with the deep, rumbling snore of a 3-headed dog in magical sleep. They pulled back the massive paw covering the trapdoor. Darkness below, cold air rising, smelling of earth and old magic. Harry pulled out Snape's vial and drank it. The strengthening solution hit his system like sunrise, warmth spreading through his muscles, his magic surging, his senses sharpening to a razor edge. He felt strong. Not artificially strong, amplified as if the potion had taken everything he already was and turned it up. "I go first," Harry said. "If I call up, follow. If I don't, get McGonagall." "We already discussed this," Hermione began. "And I already decided. I go first. I can survive a fall better than either of you." He didn't wait for the argument. He dropped through the trapdoor. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, maybe 30, but Harry channeled magic through his legs and landed in a crouch on something soft and yielding. For a moment, it was like landing on a very thick mattress. Then the mattress moved. Devil's snare. He felt it immediately, tendrils wrapping around his ankles, his calves, creeping up his thighs with the patient, relentless pressure of a constrictor. The plant was fast, and in the dark it was nearly invisible. Harry didn't struggle. Struggling made it tighten. He closed his eyes, breathed, and pushed magic through his entire body in a single, controlled pulse. The energy was hot, not fire exactly, but heat and light combined. The same technique he used to warm his hands on cold mornings in Midgard, amplified 100-fold. The devil's snare recoiled. The tendrils whipped away from him like they'd been burned, retreating into the walls, and Harry stood in a cleared space on the chamber floor, his skin giving off a faint golden glow that faded over 3 seconds. "Clear," he called up. "Jump, it's safe now." 2 thumps as Ron and Hermione landed. Harry caught Hermione's arm to steady her, and Ron rolled to his feet on his own, already looking around. "That was Devil's Snare," Hermione said, eyeing the retreating tendrils. "Fast, very healthy specimen. Professor Sprout would be proud." "She can be proud later. Move." They moved through a low stone passageway that opened into a tall, bright chamber. The air was full of movement, something glittering, fluttering, hundreds of small, bright objects swirling in complex patterns near the ceiling. Below them, a locked door. "Keys," Harry said. "Enchanted keys, Flitwick's challenge." He looked up. The keys were birds, or shaped like birds, tiny wings beating, each one slightly different. Somewhere in that swirling flock was the one that matched the heavy iron lock on the door. Broomsticks were propped against the wall. Harry ignored them. He studied the lock, old iron, large, heavy, with a distinctive shape to the keyhole. Then he looked up at the flock of keys, his eyes tracking patterns, isolating differences. Most of the keys were bright and new. One was different, large, silver, with a bent wing. It was flying erratically, lower than the others, as if it had already been caught and damaged. Harry pointed his wand at the silver key. "A keo." The key shot toward him, trailing a wake of scattered lesser keys. Harry caught it out of the air with his left hand, slammed it into the lock, and turned. The door opened. Hermione was staring at him. "You just summoning charms are 4th-year magic. I told the wand what I wanted and it did it. That's how my magic works." "That's not how. You know what? We'll discuss the theoretical implications later." The chess chamber was enormous. The board stretched across the entire room, black and white stone squares, each one 5 feet across, and arrayed on them stone chess pieces that stood 12 feet tall. The white pieces were on the near side, blank-faced and still. The black pieces faced them from across the board, equally massive, equally still. They stood at the edge of the board and looked up at the pieces. The stone figures were carved with brutal simplicity, no decoration, no flourish, just raw mass and sharp edges. The knight's swords were the size of broadswords. The queen's crown was spiked. The rook's towers were crenellated and real. "Ron," Harry said. Ron was already looking. His eyes had gone distant, the chess trance. Harry had come to recognize it, the state Ron entered when he was seeing the board not as a collection of pieces but as a living system of possibilities. He walked along the edge, studying the positions, the angles, the empty squares. "McGonagall's work," Ron said. "Has to be. Giant wizard's chess. We have to play across to get to the other side." He pointed at the far door, visible beyond the black pieces. "Standard rules looks like. We take the place of 3 pieces." "Which pieces?" Ron was quiet for 15 seconds. His lips moved. His fingers twitched, playing invisible games. Then, "Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're the castle on the king's side. I'm a knight." They took their positions on the board. The white pieces shifted to accommodate them, stone grinding against stone, the massive figures adjusting with the mechanical precision of things that had been doing this for centuries. The black pieces moved first. A pawn advanced 2 squares, stone grinding, dust falling. Ron began calling moves. Harry had seen Ron play chess 100 times. He'd watched him demolish older students, dismantle enchanted sets, play 3 games simultaneously while eating toast. He'd never seen Ron play like this. Ron's voice was steady, calm, absolutely certain. He moved his pieces, real and stone, with the precision of a surgeon, each move building on the last, each sacrifice calculated, each attack designed to open a path to the far side. The black pieces fought back. A knight charged, stone hooves striking sparks from the board, and smashed a white pawn into rubble. A bishop swept diagonally across the board and took their remaining rook with a blow that sent stone shrapnel flying. The pieces were violent, relentless, playing to destroy. Ron didn't flinch. He was in the trance, seeing 12 moves ahead, playing the game of his life. He sacrificed a knight to open the queen's flank. He traded bishops to clear a diagonal. He moved Harry into position, then Hermione, building towards something, a checkmate that would end the game and open the door. Then Ron stopped. His face changed. The trance didn't break, but something moved through it, the realization of a player who has seen the winning move and understands its cost. "Ron," Hermione said. "I have to be taken." Silence. The stone pieces waited, frozen mid-game, the board a landscape of destruction. "If I move here," Ron said, pointing to a square within reach of the Black Queen, "she takes me. That puts the king in check, and Harry, you'll be free to checkmate." "Ron, there's no other way. I've run it 6 times. Every other line we lose a piece we can't afford to lose, or the game goes 40 more moves and we don't have that kind of time." "The queen will destroy you," Hermione said, her voice cracking. "Those pieces are playing for real, Ron. That knight smashed a pawn to dust." "I know." Ron's face was white, but his jaw was set. "I know what it'll do, but this is my game and this is my move, and it's the right one." Harry looked at his friend. Ron Weasley, who complained about early mornings and ate with his mouth open and treated every day like it owed him a nap. Ron Weasley, who had walked into a chess game designed by one of the greatest transfiguration masters in history and played it to a standstill. Ron Weasley, who was standing on a stone board 12 feet from a piece that would try to kill him, and whose hands were shaking but whose mind was absolutely clear. "Make the move," Harry said. Ron stepped onto the square. The Black Queen turned. She was massive, 15 feet of carved stone, spiked crown, blind eyes, a stone sword in each hand. She crossed the board in 3 strides, each footfall shaking the floor, and swung. Ron threw himself flat. The sword passed over him, close enough to ruffle his hair, and hit the stone square where his head had been with an impact that cracked the board. Stone shrapnel sprayed. Ron rolled, the queen adjusted, and the second sword came down. Harry's wand was in his hand. Protego, the shield charm, caught the sword 6 inches from Ron's chest. The impact drove Harry back a step, the magical feedback slamming through the wand and up his arm, but the shield held. The queen's sword bounced off the barrier, and the stone figure staggered, off balance for the first time. "Checkmate," Harry roared, and threw himself across the board to the position Ron had calculated, the square that put the Black King in an inescapable trap. The king's stone crown toppled. It hit the board with a crash that echoed through the chamber, and every piece on the board froze. The game was over. Ron was on the ground, bleeding from a cut on his forehead where flying stone had grazed him, but conscious, alive, grinning with the manic triumph of a chess player who had just pulled off the greatest game of his life. "That," Ron said, "was the best match I've ever played." "You're bleeding." "Worth it." Hermione ran to him, pulling bandages from her pocket, because Hermione had come prepared for everything, including field medicine, and pressed cloth to the cut while simultaneously telling Ron he was an idiot and a genius in the same breath. Harry left them and moved to the door, which had swung open when the king fell. Beyond was a small chamber that reeked of troll. A massive mountain troll lay unconscious on the floor, already dealt with, presumably by Quirrell on his way through. Harry stepped over it without slowing. "Harry, wait," Hermione started. "Stay with Ron, he's hurt. He's got a scratch and we're coming with you. You got me this far, both of you. But what's next is Snape's challenge and then Dumbledore's, and after that it's Quirrell and Voldemort. I need to go alone." "That's exactly what Dumbledore wants." "I know, but what Dumbledore wants and what I need to do happen to be the same thing right now. The difference is why I'm doing it. He wants a prophecy test. I want to protect that stone. Those are different motivations leading to the same door. Hermione's eyes were bright with fear and frustration and the particular agony of a brilliant person who has run out of arguments. She grabbed his arm. "Come back. I will, promise. I promise." He meant it. Not as a platitude, not as comfort, as a statement of intent, backed by everything Kratos had built him to be. He would go down, face what was waiting, and come back. Because Kratos had told him to come home, and Harry did not break promises to his father. He walked through the next door. Snape's challenge was exactly what Hermione had predicted, a logic puzzle. 7 bottles on a table, a parchment with a riddle. Fire sprang up in the doorways, sealing the room. Purple flames behind him, black flames ahead. Harry read the riddle once, worked through the logic. This was not his strength the way it was Hermione's, but Kratos had taught him to think sequentially, to treat a problem like a series of locks that each required a different key and identified the correct bottle. It was small, barely a swallow. He picked it up, drank it, and felt cold clarity flood through him. He walked through the black fire and felt nothing. The final chamber. It was round, stone-walled, lit by torches that cast flickering shadows across a central feature that Harry recognized instantly. The Mirror of Eris. It stood in the center of the room, tall and gold-framed, its surface reflecting nothing yet because Harry was still in the doorway. And in front of the mirror, not Quirrell. Quirrell was there, standing before the mirror, turban in place, his back to Harry. But it wasn't Quirrell that Harry felt. The scar was screaming. Not a pulse, not a hum. A sustained, burning shriek that flooded his nerves with fire and tried to drive him to his knees. Harry stayed on his feet. He breathed through the pain, compartmentalized it, locked it in the place where Kratos had taught him to put things that hurt, acknowledged but not controlling. His hands found his blades. He drew them and the frostlight ignited along the edges, casting blue-white illumination across the chamber. Quirrell turned. His face was different. The nervous, stammering professor was gone. The man who faced Harry was calm, cold-eyed, wearing Quirrell's features like an ill-fitting suit. The stutter had vanished. The fear had vanished. What remained was a vessel, hollowed out and filled with something else. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, and his voice was steady, no trace of the theatrical stammer. "I was wondering when you'd arrive. You were expecting me. Dumbledore was expecting you. I was merely curious whether you'd actually come. Most 11-year-olds would have gone to a teacher. I'm not most 11-year-olds. Number Quirrell's eyes traveled down Harry's body, the blades, the stance, the controlled readiness. You're not. Dumbledore has been remarkably tight-lipped about where you've been for the last 10 years, but I can see the results. Someone trained you. Someone did. Impressive, but ultimately irrelevant. You're a child with sharp objects. I am Lord Voldemort." Quirrell reached up and unwound his turban. The cloth fell away in loops, revealing the back of his head, and Quirrell turned slowly until the face was visible. It was not a full face. It was a thing pressed into flesh from the wrong side, sunken features, slit nostrils, red eyes that burned in the torchlight. A parasite wearing a man's skull like a mask, distorting the skin, stretching reality around its wrongness. The face of Tom Riddle, reduced and debased but still alive, still thinking, still hungry. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, thin, cold, with a sibilant edge that resonated in Harry's Parseltongue instincts. "We meet again." Harry looked at the face of the thing that had killed his parents. He felt the scar burn. He felt the rage, old, deep, the rage of a child who had been orphaned and abandoned and beaten and left to die. He felt it rise through him like lava through stone, and he let it. He let it fill him, let it fuel him, and then he took it and shaped it the way Kratos had taught him. Not a wildfire, a blade. "You look terrible," Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "Insolent. Honest. You're a face on the back of someone else's head. You don't have a body. You don't have a wand. You're a parasite living off a man too weak to refuse you. My father killed gods. Real gods with real power. You're not a god. You're a ghost afraid to move on." The chamber temperature dropped. Voldemort's rage was a physical force. It pressed against the walls, made the torches gutter, sent cracks racing across the stone floor. Quirrell's body trembled with the effort of containing it. "You know nothing of what I am," Voldemort hissed. "I have conquered death itself. I have gone further than any wizard in history along the path to immortality. I am beyond your comprehension, boy. You haven't conquered death. You've run from it. There's a difference. Conquering something means facing it and winning. You've been hiding from death for decades, possessing rats and professors, drinking unicorn blood in the forest like a scavenger. That's not power, that's desperation. Silence. The force of the word cracked the wall behind Harry. Stones fell. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. Harry didn't move. He stood in the heart of Voldemort's rage and let it break around him like a wave against a cliff, and he did not take one step backward. The stone, Voldemort said, mastering himself with visible effort, the red eyes refocused. The stone is in that mirror. Dumbledore's final protection, clever but ultimately solvable. The mirror shows what you desire most. I desire the stone. But the mirror will not give it to the one who wants to use it, only to the one who wants to find it but not use it. A pause. That is where you come in, Harry Potter. You want me to look in the mirror. I want you to retrieve the stone. Give it to me and I will let you leave. Number, then I will take it from your corpse. Quirrell sees him. Quirrell's body turned, both faces now visible in profile, the human face blank and glazed, the parasitic face burning with intent. Quirrell raised his wand and fired. The curse was fast, a jet of red light that crossed the chamber in a fraction of a second. Harry was faster. He was moving before the wand was fully raised. The strengthening solution, and 6 years of Kratos' training turning his body into a thing of speed and violence. He twisted sideways, the curse passing close enough to singe his robes and close the distance. Quirrell fired again. Harry deflected it with his left blade, the frost-touched steel catching the spell and scattering it into sparks that hissed against the walls. Quirrell's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. Wands deflected spells. Steel didn't. Except Harry's steel wasn't normal steel, and Harry's magic wasn't normal magic, and the rules Quirrell knew didn't apply to a boy raised by the ghost of Sparta. Harry hit Quirrell with his shoulder, driving the man backward. Quirrell stumbled, and Harry brought the flat of his right blade up under Quirrell's wand arm, not cutting, controlling, and knocked the wand aside. It clattered across the stone floor. Quirrell grabbed Harry's wrist and screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of agony that echoed off the walls and ceiling and seemed to come from 2 throats at once. Quirrell's hand, where it touched Harry's skin, was burning. Literally burning, the flesh blistering, cracking, turning black and flaking away like paper in a fire. Quirrell ripped his hand away and stared at it, at the ruin of his palm, at the bones showing through charred meat. Harry stared too. He hadn't done anything. No magic, no channeling, no deliberate action. Quirrell had touched him and Quirrell had burned. "What is this?" Voldemort screamed from the back of Quirrell's head. What magic is this? Harry didn't know, but he didn't need to know to use it. He lunged forward and grabbed Quirrell's face with his bare hand. The effect was catastrophic. Quirrell's skin erupted in flame, not normal fire, something deeper, something that burned at the level of soul and essence. Quirrell screamed and screamed and screamed, clawing at Harry's hand, trying to pull away. But Harry held on with the grip strength Kratos had built into him through years of climbing, hanging, grappling, and carrying loads that would have broken a normal child. Quirrell's face blackened and cracked. His body convulsed. And from the ruin of his skull, something tore free, a dark, vaporous shape, a screaming shadow with red eyes and a mouth like a wound. Voldemort's spirit, ripped from its host by the destruction of the body it inhabited, howling with rage and pain and the desperate fury of something that refused to die. The wraith surged toward Harry. It hit him like a fist made of ice and darkness, punching through his chest, and for one terrible second Harry felt it, Voldemort's consciousness brushing against his own, a mind full of rage and terror, and a loneliness so vast it was almost grief. He felt the dark wizard's soul scrape against his scar, felt the connection between them light up like a wire carrying too much current, and he felt Voldemort feel him, feel the love and the strength and the discipline and the absolute refusal to be afraid. Voldemort recoiled. The wraith pulled out of Harry's chest and fled, through the wall, through the stone, through the earth itself, a dark smear of malice screaming into the night. Harry stood in the chamber, breathing hard, his hands blistering from the contact with Quirrell's burning flesh, his scar bleeding freely, his vision blurred with pain and adrenaline. At his feet, what remained of Quirrell was barely recognizable, a crumbling shell, charred and broken, the face that had housed two souls now housing none. The mirror stood untouched, reflecting Harry back at himself. He looked terrible. Blood on his face, burns on his hands, robes torn, blades still gripped in white-knuckled fists. Behind his reflection, the images from Christmas night, Kratos, Atreus, his parents flickered and faded, replaced by something new. His reflection smiled at him, reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. His reflection winked and put the stone back. Harry felt a weight appear in his real pocket. He reached in. His fingers closed around something smooth, warm, and impossibly dense. He pulled it out and looked at it in the torchlight. The Philosopher's Stone, small enough to fit in his palm, red as blood, bright as a star. Dumbledore's final protection. The mirror would give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Harry wanted to protect it. He had no interest in gold or immortality. The mirror had read that intent and given him the prize. Harry looked at the stone for a long moment. Eternal life, unlimited wealth. In his hand right now the answer to Voldemort's greatest desire. He put it in his pocket and turned to leave. He made it halfway up the passage before his legs gave out. The strengthening solution was wearing off. Snape had said 4 hours, and between the chess game and the confrontation, Harry was pushing the limit. The crash hit him like a wall. His vision tunneled. His muscles turned to water. He got 3 more steps on sheer willpower, and then his knees buckled and the stone floor came up to meet him. The last thing he felt before consciousness left was the blades in his hands. He didn't let go. Even unconscious, even broken, his fingers stayed wrapped around the grips because Kratos had taught him that you never let go of your weapons, and some lessons go deeper than waking. He woke in the hospital wing. White ceiling, white sheets, sunlight pouring through tall windows, the smell of clean linen and medicinal potions, and the particular quiet of a room designed for healing. Harry lay still for 3 seconds, assessing injuries, location, threat level, before he opened his eyes fully. Ron was in the bed to his left, a bandage around his head, snoring with his mouth open. Hermione was asleep in a chair between them, a book open on her lap, her head tilted at an angle that was going to give her a terrible neck ache. The blades were propped against Harry's bedside table within reach. "Ah," said a voice from the foot of the bed. "Good morning, Harry." Dumbledore. The old wizard sat in a conjured armchair, legs crossed, half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, wearing robes of a purple so vivid they seemed to generate their own light source. A bowl of what appeared to be lemon drops rested on his knee. He looked rested, calm, and entirely too pleased with himself. Harry sat up. His body protested aches, stiffness, the deep fatigue of magical exhaustion, but nothing was broken, nothing was bleeding. Madame Pomfrey had done her work well. "How long have I been out?" 3 days. Madame Pomfrey was most insistent that you not be disturbed. She threatened to curse me if I woke you, and I believe her threats, Harry. I have seen her curse Quidditch captains. Quirrell. Dead. What remained of Professor Quirrell was found in the chamber alongside the mirror. Voldemort's spirit fled the body when it was destroyed. So he's still alive. In a manner of speaking, he exists certainly, but in what form and where I cannot say. Dumbledore paused. His blue eyes, for once, were not twinkling. They were steady, serious, and very, very old. "You did something remarkable down there, Harry." "I did what needed to be done." "Yes, and you did it with a skill and a clarity that I frankly did not expect. I knew you had been trained, Minerva's reports were vivid, but reading about a thing and seeing its results are quite different." He gestured at the space around them, the hospital wing, the sleeping friends, the blades. "You went through protections designed to challenge adults. You killed a possessed wizard with your bare hands, and you retrieved the stone. About that." Harry reached into the pocket of his hospital gown. Someone had transferred the stone when they changed his clothes, or perhaps the stone had transferred itself. He pulled it out and held it up. It caught the sunlight and threw red sparks across the white sheets. Dumbledore looked at it. His expression was complex, relief, regret, and something that might have been admiration. "I believe that belongs to Nicholas," Dumbledore said. "It belongs to whoever can protect it. Right now, that's you." "Take it." Harry held it out. Dumbledore took it, carefully, his long fingers wrapping around the stone with the reverence of a man handling something infinitely precious. "Nicholas and I have spoken," Dumbledore said. "We've agreed that the stone should be destroyed." "Good. As long as it exists, Voldemort will hunt for it." "Indeed. And there are other paths to immortality that Voldemort has already pursued. The stone was merely the most convenient." Harry filed that. Other paths. Voldemort had backups. Of course he did. A man that afraid of death wouldn't rely on a single plan. But that was a problem for another day. "I owe you an explanation," Dumbledore said. He set the lemon drops aside and folded his hands. For the first time since Harry had met him, the twinkle was entirely gone. What remained was the face of a very old, very tired man who carried the weight of other people's lives and had been carrying it for so long that it had become part of his posture. "You set this up," Harry said. "All of it. The stone in the castle, the protections a first year could bypass, the hints through Hagrid, the invisibility cloak at Christmas. You wanted me to go through that trapdoor." "Yes." No deflection. No misdirection. Just the word, flat and honest. "I needed to know," Dumbledore said, "whether the prophecy was real, whether the child who survived the killing curse could face Voldemort again and survive. I needed to know what you were, Harry, because the war is not over. It has merely paused. Voldemort will return in a year, in 10 years, in 20, and when he does, you will be at the center of it. Not because I want you to be, because the prophecy demands it. My father says prophecies can be broken. Your father may be right. I have spent the better part of my life studying this particular prophecy, and I have not found a way to break it. But I have been wrong before, and I may be wrong now. What I am certain of is this: Voldemort believes in the prophecy. He will act on it, and as long as he acts on it, you are in danger. I've been in danger since I was a baby. Danger isn't new. But the nature of the danger will change. Voldemort will grow stronger. He will find a way to return. And when he does, he will come for you with everything he has." Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked, the way Kratos had taught him, stripping away the surface to see the structure beneath. He saw the intelligence, vast and ranging. He saw the guilt, old, deep, the same species of guilt he'd seen in McGonagall and Snape, the guilt of people who had failed to prevent what should have been prevented. He saw the calculation, the chess master's mind that moved people like pieces, always thinking 15 moves ahead. And he saw something else. Beneath it all, buried under decades of strategy and manipulation and the weight of other people's expectations, he saw a man who cared. Genuinely, deeply, painfully cared, and who had done terrible things, leaving a baby with the Dursleys, using a school as a battleground, putting an 11-year-old in the path of a dark wizard because he could not see another way. "You should have told me," Harry said. "All of it. The prophecy, the plan, the reason. You should have treated me like a person, not a piece." Dumbledore's composure cracked. Just slightly, a tremor in the jaw, a brightness in the eyes. "You're right, I should have. I told myself I was protecting you, that the less you knew, the safer you would be. But that was self-serving logic. The truth is that I was afraid. Afraid that if I told you everything, you would make choices I couldn't predict or control. And control," he stopped, breathed. "Control has always been my greatest weakness. My father would say that admitting a weakness is the first step toward mastering it. Your father sounds like a remarkable man. He is. And he'd tell you right now that putting children in the path of danger because you're afraid of the alternative isn't wisdom. It's cowardice dressed up as strategy." The words landed. Dumbledore flinched, a real flinch visible, the reaction of a man hearing a truth he'd been hiding from. He sat in silence for a long moment, looking at Harry with eyes that were no longer twinkling, no longer strategic, but simply human. Old, tired, and human. "You are more than I expected, Harry Potter," Dumbledore said quietly. "And less than I feared. I feared a weapon. I found a young man. I'm both. But I choose when and where and why I fight, not you, not the prophecy, me." Dumbledore nodded. It was slow, deliberate, the nod of a man accepting terms he hadn't offered. "Very well. Then let me offer you something I should have offered from the beginning. Honesty. Ask me anything and I will answer truthfully. The prophecy, all of it," Dumbledore told him. The full text, spoken by a seer in a pub, overheard by a spy, delivered to Voldemort, setting in motion the chain of events that had ended with James and Lily Potter dead and Harry scarred and the Dark Lord broken. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed it. The words settled into him, finding their places alongside everything else he knew, the training, the magic, the love, the rage, the discipline. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry repeated. What power? I have a theory, Dumbledore said, but it is only a theory. When Voldemort tried to kill you, your mother's sacrifice, her love, freely given, dying so that you might live, created a protection of immense power. That protection is what burned Quirrell when he touched you. Love, Harry. The power Voldemort cannot understand, cannot wield, and cannot defend against. He has never loved anyone. He cannot comprehend it, and so he is vulnerable to it in ways he cannot predict. Harry thought about this. Love as a weapon, love as armor. His mother's love embedded in his skin, burning the dark wizard's servant at a touch. It was real, he'd felt it, seen it work, but it was also incomplete. Love hadn't killed Voldemort, it had bought time, it had given Harry a chance. Love didn't finish this, Harry said. Training did, discipline did. My father raising me instead of leaving me under a cupboard did. Love started the protection. Everything else made me strong enough to use it. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was rough. I think, he said, that I owe Kratos a debt I did not know I owed. I placed you with the Dursleys to maintain the blood protection. I told myself it was necessary. And while you suffered under their roof, I told myself it was for the greater good. He paused. Your father, your real father, the one who earned the title, did what I should have done. He found a broken child, and instead of using him, he raised him. That is a form of love I have spent too long overlooking in favor of strategy. Don't tell him that. He'll just nod and say nothing. It's his way. The ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. I look forward to meeting him someday. Be prepared. He's not impressed by titles. Few truly great people are. They talked for another hour. Dumbledore answered every question Harry asked. About the Order of the Phoenix, about the First War, about the Death Eaters and their ideology, about the Ministry of Magic and its failures, about the wizarding world's willful blindness to the threat that was still out there, waiting, gathering strength in whatever dark corner Voldemort's spirit had fled to. By the end, Harry had a clearer picture of the battlefield than he'd ever had before. The war was not over. Voldemort would return. When he did, Harry would be at the center of it, not because Dumbledore put him there, but because Voldemort would always come for the one the prophecy named. The question was not whether the fight was coming, but how prepared Harry would be when it arrived. Very prepared, Harry decided. Extremely, thoroughly, devastatingly prepared. Dumbledore left. Ron woke up, demanded food, and was brought a tray that he demolished with the efficiency of a boy who had been unconscious for 3 days and resented every missed meal. Hermione woke, checked that both boys were alive, and immediately began asking questions about the protections. Had the logic puzzle been as she'd predicted? What was Dumbledore's protection? How had Harry defeated Quirrell? What was the theoretical basis for love-based protective magic? Hermione, Ron said through a mouthful of toast. He just fought Voldemort, give him 5 minutes. I gave him 3 days. She's got a point, Harry said. He told them everything. The potions puzzle, the mirror, Quirrell, Voldemort's wraith, the burning, the stone. He told them about the prophecy. Because they had earned it, they had walked through fire with him. And keeping secrets from the people who watch your back was a betrayal of the trust that made you a team. When he finished, Ron was pale and Hermione was crying silently, and they sat together in the hospital wing as the sun moved across the floor and the dust motes danced in the light, and they were alive, all 3 of them, and that was enough. The end-of-year feast was a raucous affair. Gryffindor won the House Cup, helped by a last-minute award of points from Dumbledore that was transparently, magnificently biased, and which nobody argued with because the recipients had literally fought Voldemort. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and ate and laughed and felt, for the first time in weeks, the tension leave his shoulders. Across the hall, Snape caught his eye. The potion's master held his gaze for a moment. No hostility, no pain, just a steady look that carried something Harry chose to interpret as acknowledgement. Then Snape looked away, and that was that. The train ride home was warm and loud. Ron and Hermione talked over each other, replaying the year, arguing about highlights, planning for summer. Harry sat between them with his back against the seat and the wolf pendant warm against his chest and the blades against his back and the wand in his pocket, and he watched the countryside roll past and thought about what came next. Voldemort was alive, diminished, bodiless, but alive. He would find a way back. He always found a way back. That was the defining characteristic of Tom Riddle, the refusal to accept any ending. And when he came back, he would come for Harry because the prophecy demanded it and because Harry had now humiliated him twice, once as a baby, once as an 11-year-old. The third time would be different. Harry would be older, stronger, more skilled. He would have years of training ahead of him, years of learning, years of preparing for the confrontation that both of them knew was inevitable. And when it came, when Voldemort returned in whatever terrible new form he'd found, Harry would be ready. Not because Dumbledore had prepared him, not because the prophecy demanded it, because Kratos had taught him that the only way to face the storm was to become the thing the storm feared. King's Cross Station was loud and crowded and full of tearful parents collecting their children. Harry stepped off the train and into the chaos of platform 9 3/4, trunk in hand, Hedwig on his shoulder, and looked for the exit. He found something else. Kratos was leaning against the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, arms crossed, the Leviathan axe somehow invisible to the Muggles streaming past, or perhaps they simply chose not to see it, the way prey animals choose not to see predators that are not immediately threatening. Atreus stood beside him, bow across his back, grinning. Harry stopped, his throat tight. The warrior, the trained killer, the boy who had faced Voldemort and not flinched. He stood on a train platform and felt his eyes burn, and he didn't care, because the two people he loved most in the world had come to take him home. He crossed the platform. Kratos straightened, uncrossing his arms. His red-marked face was unreadable, as always, but his eyes, those dark, ancient, battle-scarred eyes, swept over Harry the way they always did, checking for injuries, assessing condition, and beneath the assessment, something warm. Something vast, something that Kratos would never name because naming it would make it vulnerable, and he had lost too much already. "Father," Harry said. Kratos put his hand on Harry's head. Heavy, warm, steady. "Did you learn?" he asked. Harry thought about everything. The classes, the friendships, the troll, the chess game, the mirror, Quirrell's burning face, Voldemort's fleeing wraith, Dumbledore's tears, Snape's confession, Ron's sacrifice on the chessboard, Hermione's fierce embrace. The philosopher's stone in his pocket and the prophecy in his blood and the war that was coming slowly and surely like dawn. "Yeah," Harry said. "I learned a lot." Kratos nodded. "Good." They walked through the barrier together, Kratos, Atreus, and Harry, leaving the wizarding world behind them, stepping out into the noise and light of a London afternoon. The sun was warm. The city hummed with a million ordinary lives, none of them aware of the war that lurked just beneath the surface of their reality. Harry walked between his father and his brother, blades on his back, wand in his pocket, wolf pendant against his heart. Behind him, a scar shaped like lightning hummed with the fading echo of a dark lord's rage. Ahead of him, the road home, to Midgard, to the cabin, to the training ground where he would spend the summer getting stronger, faster, sharper, readier. Voldemort would return, the prophecy waited, the war was coming, let it come.